journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff! We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Minutes after that, we'll conduct, if it's needed, a so-called raise burn that will tilt the vehicle's aft end up ever so slightly. That's about an 18-second burn using the thrusters on Integrity itself. And that raise burn will fine-tune our corridor trajectory one final time to make sure we're on a true path to splash down where we intend to, as close to the recovery ship as possible. Entry interface is currently scheduled at 6:53 p.m. Central Time. Again, as we've said before, this is the point 400,000 feet above the Earth in which Integrity will be traveling some 34,882 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of some 1,701 nautical miles. Some 20 seconds after entry interface, as fast as we are going, we will encounter a blackout in communications, which is to be expected, about a 6-minute blackout, in which heat around the vehicle will build to some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, creating an ionization as the heat is repelled off of Integrity's heat shield, creating a plasma wake around the vehicle. It will be impossible to communicate with the crew or receive data from Integrity for about a 6-minute period. We should be emerging from that blackout just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time, or about 7 minutes before splashdown. There will be a series of role reversals in which the onboard computers will command Orion to roll to the left, to roll to the right. That is designed to bleed off excess energy and reduce speed naturally as the spacecraft begins its descent into the lower regions of the Earth's atmosphere, with the onboard computers targeting that splashdown off the coast of San Diego. We are expecting the forward bay cover chute deploy to occur at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time, followed by the deployment of the drogue chutes just seconds later, and the deployment of the main chutes at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time, which will be about 2.5 minutes before splashdown in the Pacific. We'll continue to update you with those numbers as the day goes along, and of course, again tomorrow. But that is a snapshot of the entry profile for Integrity that will bring the Artemis II mission to a conclusion.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 18 hours, 41 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. All quiet here in the Mission Control Room, the Artemis Flight Control Room, also known as the White Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Integrity's 4 astronauts, Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen, have been awake for the better part of an hour and a half now as they finish their post-sleep period, reviewing their morning mail and all of the procedures that will govern their work on this 9th day of the mission and on the eve of their homecoming back to the Earth that you see in the field of view from one of the solar array wing cameras on Integrity. Integrity systems continue to function in great fashion. No significant issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control. This is a day in which the crew will begin to pack up their crew cabin and spend time both with Flight Director Rick Henfling this afternoon, as well as themselves reviewing all of their flight data file procedures that will be part of the entry timeline on Friday. The mission status briefing for today is about 2 hours away at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, at which point you'll get all of the latest information on preparations for Integrity's homecoming and the completion of this historic lunar flyby mission tomorrow. Out in the Pacific, which is the port of call for Integrity for its splashdown at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, the USS John P. Murtha, which is the recovery ship, is in position, ready to begin recovery operations on Friday to extract the 4 crew members from Integrity, hoist them into a pair of Navy helicopters, fly them back to the ship, where they'll go into medical bay, for routine post-flight medical exams. That will precede a flight back to shore and ultimately a flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. There have been questions about the order of extraction from the vehicle once we have splashdown and once we are in a stable 1 or upright configuration to enable the fast boats and the Navy divers to approach the spacecraft for the opening of the hatch to Integrity. The order of extraction, according to the latest information we've received from the ship, Christina Koch will be first to be extracted from Integrity, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and the commander of Integrity, Reid Wiseman, will be the last to leave the ship onto a big raft that will be erected right next to the hatchway to Integrity called the front porch. There will be a period in which Navy divers and medical personnel will have a chance to check out the crew before they're hoisted one by one in sequential fashion to the helicopters. Christina Koch will be first to be hoisted into helicopter number 1, Jeremy Hansen into helicopter number 2, Victor Glover into helicopter number 1, and Reid Wiseman into helicopter number 2. So Koch and Glover will have a short ride then back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Jeremy Hansen will accompany Reid Wiseman on the second helicopter for a short trip back to the deck of the ship. We mentioned it earlier, but with this beautiful view of the Earth growing larger and larger in the field of view, it's worth mentioning again that we are about 6 hours and 44 minutes away from reaching the halfway point between the Earth and the Moon on the journey back to our planet. The acceleration of the velocity of integrity heading back to Earth will increase substantially after we cross that halfway point, although we left the lunar sphere of influence on the day after our lunar flyby. The mission management team meeting today reviewed the weather at the splashdown site, which is off the coast of San Diego. No significant change from what you heard yesterday from Rick Henfling, the entry flight director, in our briefing. We will be reprising all of that information in the upcoming briefing in 2 hours at 2:30 p.m. Central Time. We're expecting at the splashdown site southwest winds at about 10 knots, wave heights of about 4 feet, actually somewhat less than 4 feet. It should be very gentle conditions. 2.5 hours before sunset is the splashdown time off the coast of California. So the models have come into agreement regarding splashdown weather. And although we are committed to an entry and splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night, due to orbital mechanics, it appears as if Mother Nature is going to provide rather pristine conditions for splashdown as well as the recovery of the crew. As part of the pre-entry procedures being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control is the warm-up of heaters For the reaction control system thrusters on Integrity, those will be employed following the separation of the crew module from the European service module on Friday. And those thrusters will be used for what is expected to be the crew module raise burn. The raise burn being a slight tilting up of the aft end of the vehicle in a final fine-tuning maneuver for the trajectory of the vehicle as it enters the entry corridor and entry interface, as it is called, where spacecraft will reach the upper reaches of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. As Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere on Friday, with entry interface, as it is called, at an altitude of 400,000 feet, the vehicle will be traveling some 34,800 feet per second. The forecast peak speed is about Mach 32, some 32 times the speed of sound. There has been a lot discussed about the heat shield on Integrity. The trajectory that we are flying to bring Integrity home is different than what was flown during the Artemis I mission. At that time, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy or speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, sort of like a rock being thrown against a lake. Then we dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, areas of mechanical char liberation were observed, and that sent the engineers back to the drawing board to try to understand what may have caused that liberation. Here is my brief tutorial on metallurgy. Chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields like the one on Integrity is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char that occurred on Artemis I was somewhat unexpected. Chemical decomposition occurs as heat shield material heats up and decomposes. That's a process called pyrolysis, which generates gases during entry. The generation rate of the gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material, which is known as avcode. As the gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield. That char is porous. Now, what you want to have happen is for the gases to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than the new gas is generated. On Artemis I, we found through post-flight analysis that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that that was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous areas of avcode. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer. When that pressure gets high enough, some portions of the char layer could liberate from the heat shield, and did in the example of Artemis I. So, as a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All parties agreed with the conclusion that we are flying on Artemis II tomorrow, a shorter entry trajectory, which will avoid a temperature profile conducive to high rates of gas generation as the avcode chemically decomposes. Now, you'll want some repelling of the heat, obviously. That's what the function of the heat shield is to repel heat. For Artemis III and beyond, the agency has redesigned the manufacturing process for making the avcode blocks such that we will have material that starts out more porous and will allow more efficient gas dissipation as the char layer forms. That's a critical feature for long skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon. The bottom line is that it was proven that the heat shield would have supported a safe entry of astronauts on Artemis I had they been aboard, and we are expecting no significant issues during the high-speed entry and heat buildup around the heat shield on Artemis II and the Integrity spacecraft tomorrow.
Houston, Integrity, just curious if we can start docking camera activity a bit early for charging, not critical.
Good morning, Jeremy. You are go for dock cam.
Okay, good morning to all you.
And Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen aboard Integrity, talking to spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey here on the ground about the start of the crew beginning camera configuration activities, setting up all of the cameras that they will use inside the vehicle during the next 24 hours or so leading up to their return to Earth and their splashdown. Tomorrow, you'll be hearing the voice of Jackie Mahaffey talking to the crew quite frequently during the entry activities. She and the rest of this entry team will be on console tomorrow morning to begin the final shift of the mission that will culminate with a splashdown on that crescent orb you're looking at. That's the good planet Earth. Splashdown scheduled at 7:07 Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site. Shortly, we'll be moving into what is called the Daily Planning Conference. This is typical on this mission as well as for the International Space Station missions, twice a day, in which flight controllers convene and have an opportunity to discuss with the crew the forward plan for the day, or in the case of an evening daily planning conference, to review the day's activities and to see what adjustments in the next day's timeline may be required. So we'll be listening here in the next few minutes for the start of the daily planning conference, which should be basically a rundown of the rest of the day's activities for the crew, highlighted by all of the entry preparations that are in store to set the stage for tomorrow's homecoming and the end of this Artemis II mission. We're inside 2 hours from our mission status briefing for the day that's scheduled at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Basically a review of the mission management team discussions from earlier today and another look ahead at the activities that will highlight the rest of the flight of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 19 hours, and 4 minutes into the flight of Integrity, this is Mission Control Houston.
Integrity Houston, for help with some prop void parameters at your convenience.
Okay, go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, we are starting into some of our preps for tomorrow and want to verify that a couple of voids are in the right config for entry. We'd like help checking them on mes.params. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, Jackie, I'm at mes.params.
We've got 2 voids we'd like you to check. The numbers are 34600 and 34601. You'll enter those one at a time via tab stop 1 and then select Load Void Parameters.
Okay, for Void 34600, I get a param toll of +17.0. And the mode is respond.
Jeremy, that's exactly what we were hoping for, and the second item is 34601, and we're looking for the same thing.
Okay, for Void 34601, it's in respond, and it has the same value of +17.0.
That is a good config. Thanks for your help, Jeremy.
No problem.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're looking at a view of the Earth, growing larger and larger in the field of view with each passing minute, 6 hours and 13 minutes from now, we will have passed the halfway point on the journey home from the moon for the Artemis astronauts aboard Integrity, with splashdown scheduled one day, 6 hours, 14 minutes from now, at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening. We're just a few minutes away from the daily planning conference between the flight control team here in Mission Control and the crew aboard Integrity, Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen. A quick tag-up in which the flight control team will review the day's work that lies ahead for Integrity's astronauts in their final full day in space. The day's activities for Integrity's astronauts will essentially include a study session in which they'll review their flight data file information about the remaining burns that are scheduled of the thrusters on the vehicle to fine-tune our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night. The next burn that is scheduled is RTC-2, the return trajectory correction burn, essentially fine-tuning the path of Integrity to meet the corridor that we desire for entry interface and the final transit across the Pacific Ocean from southwest to northeast that will take us to a splashdown point at 7:07 p.m. Central Time on Friday evening. That RTC-2 burn is scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time this evening. It is scheduled to be an 8-second burn with a resulting change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second. On Friday afternoon, there'll be a critical burn called the RTC-3 burn. That is the final major maneuver of this mission. The RTC-3 burn scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday afternoon. That will be about 4.5 hours before we separate the crew module from the service module and begin the critical activities that will result in entry interface at 6:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday night, reaching an altitude of 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean, and will be the true test of integrity as it barrels through the atmosphere, with its peak speed expected to be about Mach 32. Temperatures around the vehicle will build to some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, creating a 6-minute blackout in communications due to the ionization around the vehicle, essentially a plasma field around the vehicle. Once we emerge from the blackout, a series of chutes will be deployed, the key final chute deployment being the main chute deploy at 7:04 p.m. Central Time, and splashdown again scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site, which will be 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. While the focus of attention here in the Artemis Flight Control Room is on the home stretch of the mission for Integrity's astronauts, down the hall in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the work continues 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, nonstop, with a continuous human presence aboard the International Outpost, having exceeded 25 years this past November. The flight control team that's on console in the International Space Station Flight Control Room is beginning to turn its attention to the scheduled launch of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Saturday morning at 6:41 a.m. Central Time, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time, to place the Northrop Grumman Cygnus NG-24 cargo craft into orbit on a 2-day journey to reach the International Space Station and to deliver more than 3 tons of food, fuel, and supplies for the Expedition 74 crew aboard the orbital outpost. The launch of the christened SS Steve Nagel Cygnus cargo ship will result in a capture, a robotic capture, with NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Chris Williams at the controls of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. That robotic capture on Monday morning is scheduled at 11:50 a.m. Central Time, 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. NASA Plus will provide coverage of the Falcon 9 launch of the Cygnus spacecraft for Northrop Grumman and the resulting capture of Cygnus and its installation that will occur several hours later. The installation will be covered in a blog, but we will cover the rendezvous and capture in its terminal phase on Monday morning. Again, launch scheduled on Saturday from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at 6:41 a.m. Central Time, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time.
Integrity, we're ready for the TPC.
Good morning, Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. Welcome to Flight Day 9. I've got a few items for you related to entry tomorrow, and then a couple of other follow-up items for today. First of all, your entry package content is now on board in Crew Operations Entry Package. We are starting to activate and check out several systems that you'll need for entry. The first is the RCS cat beds are at temp. CM activation steps have started. And we will give you a call before we fire the pyro valves or perform the hot fire itself. How copy?
Okay, we copy all that, and we appreciate the heads up on the activation and the hot fire.
Yeah, we figured that may be of interest to you. Related to the prop systems, yesterday Reid reported some toggling signatures on the SM prop helium crossover valves, and we did confirm that is due to noise on those sensors, which are based on voltage. We do not have any concerns for those, and we are expecting you may see something similar on the CMRCS during activation today.
Okay, Jackie. Thanks for the heads up on that as well.
All right, 3 other good news items for entry. We had a good ammonia system checkout, as you heard this morning. Your cool loop pumps are on Bravo side. For GNC, you've got 3 good barrows. They are now off OFF again. And you have 2 good GPS. We plan to keep those on. Finally, your recovery ship is on station in the Pacific, and there is no change to the weather forecast from yesterday.
Okay, Jackie, we copied all that. Sounds like you're really getting us ready for re-entry tomorrow. Also want to let you know that we happen to have a time lapse going out of window, I guess it was window 2 this morning, and we captured some of the ammonia venting, just for interest, if folks want to look for those photos later.
We copy. We'll take a look. On the system side for today, we've got a couple of items. First of all, right now we're having some trouble transferring files with PCD3. We'd like a reboot of PCD3 when convenient. Second of all, I have a stowage delta for your stowage prep this morning when someone is ready to copy.
Okay, I can copy that.
In Locker Delta, bag 8 with a blue label, you should find a temp and humidity logger. We would like you to move that to the F1 small with the yellow label. If there's no room there, try the F1 large with brown label.
Okay, we copy that. We'd seen that earlier, and it's tiny. We'll be able to fit it where you want it.
Sounds great. We also had one other stowage question for you. We are wondering if you all happened to find any small items of joy in Alpha 2 or F4 small bag.
What was the second location again, Jackie?
Foxtrot 4, small. I'm told these may be items you would consume or wear.
Yeah, we were really pleasantly surprised to find some pretty cool socks. So that we found. However, we haven't found the thing we can consume yet, and I'm assuming that would have come out of F4, but we'll have to have another look.
We think that is in Alpha 2, unless Reid has drank all of them.
Okay. All right. Well, you piqued our interest. We'll get after it.
All right. Final item, we'll take an Avatar Lights report when you have it, and any other questions or items for us.
Okay, for Avatar, it's the same as yesterday. Just light 14 on the bottom row is not lit. Everything else is lit. And just want to let you know, we did sign it and get the images as requested. We do have a question for you on toilet. I'll let you chew on it and let us know. But how many voids do you think we have between now and entry? And can we use them at our own discretion between now and tomorrow? And a follow-on to that is, what our preference would be is to use some CCUs tomorrow and pack them prior to entry. So if you can accommodate that planning for us, we would appreciate it. We don't want to pack CCUs tonight. Final thing is, that's not the final thing, a couple more things. We had another look at the FOD on the window. What we were showing you from yesterday was window 2, not window 3, just to make sure that that's clear. And we can't get a perpendicular picture because of it's too far in the corner and the glasses just aren't parallel. Or the two panes are not parallel at that position. So we've kind of given you the best we can so far. If we get sun on the windows at some point today, it would be worth letting us know. We can try to take another picture because it shows up a lot better when it's sunlit. And we haven't seen that since you asked for more pictures. In addition, the Z9 pixels have been cleaned up. That was a good tip. Thanks for doing that. And I'll read you some AGA numbers. We've got CO2 of 2.7, O2 is 22.0, temperature is 74.8, and the pressure is 14.7. And our final request is we would like a private with the flight director, but it's not urgent. That is at their convenience.
Okay, Jeremy, we copy all. For Avatar, that means you've got at least 36% state of charge, and it'll make its way all the way to the right hands on the ground with that level of battery. So thanks for that status, and we are working on the conference on OE2. We'll let you know when it's in place.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks for the Orbit 1 team picture. That's so great to see, and we're still waiting on Orbit 2, so we'll want to see that tomorrow before we come back. And we're glad that Avatar is keeping our cells alive. We've been working hard to keep the cells in our bodies alive, and that little box is doing the same, so that's great stuff. All right, we'll get after it. Lots to do today.
Integrity Houston, you've got a conference set up on OE2.
This is Mission Control Houston. Here in the flight control room, Spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey has concluded the daily planning conference with the 4 crew members on board. You heard not only her voice, but that of Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian Space Agency astronaut, joined by Reid Wiseman, the commander, Victor Glover, the pilot, and mission specialist Christina Koch on board. The daily planning conference running down a series of activities that lie ahead for the crew, with the highlight the start of the stowage of items aboard Integrity that will result in entry and splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday night. Some of the highlights of that discussion included a reaffirmation by Mahaffey that the recovery ship for the crew, the USS John P. Murtha, is on station. It is expected to be about 5 miles away from the splashdown point that will help to expedite the recovery of the crew, its extraction, the hoisting of the crew into a pair of Navy helicopters, and the return helo trip back to the deck of the Murtha, where they will go into medical bay, which is expected, routine procedures that we have trained and planned for. They'll receive routine medical exams before departing the ship at some point to return to shore and then ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. An early checkout of the Global Positioning System satellite hardware on board Integrity, so it understands its position relative to the Earth. All of that equipment is functioning perfectly, along with barrows, as you heard referenced. Those are barometric pressure sensors that ultimately will test and provide the onboard computers the information it needs to understand its distance from the splashdown site, its rate of descent, and its velocity, triggering other critical vehicle functions, such as the deployment of the series of parachutes. First, the chutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then drogue chutes, and following that, the main chutes, the 3 main parachutes that will slow Integrity from an initial velocity of some 32 times the speed of sound at the point of entry interface to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. That whole process over a 14-minute period from the time that the vehicle and the astronauts reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere to the point of splashdown is just 14 minutes in duration. The weather forecast at the splashdown site is go. Winds are expected to be around 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, and the periodics for the waves rising and falling at about 17 seconds. This is ideal weather for the recovery of the crew on Friday night. Given all of the circumstances, everything is in good shape. In about an hour at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will be moving into our mission status briefing for the day, so we invite you to tune in for that. The crew will be provided with more details about its entry milestones later in the day from the flight control team here in Houston. A final public affairs event is scheduled at 6:50 p.m. Central Time this evening. And then about 3 hours later, at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, is the next critical burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn, that will further fine-tune Integrity's path to reach the center of the corridor we want entry to occur in tomorrow evening. The RTC-2 burn this evening at 9:53 p.m. Central will be about an 8-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters to amend the velocity by about 4.2 feet per second.
Integrity Houston for a crew eye on a prop display.
Go ahead, Jackie. I'm with you on D3.
Hey, Christina, we're going to start working with the CMRCS, and in particular, we're about to arm the pyro valves, and we're interested in if you all see the same toggling signature that you saw with the service module propulsion system. So if you could pull up CMRCS and keep an eye on that display, we will then arm the pyros.
I'm with you on CMRCS. Got my eyes on the pyro A and B valves, and I'm seeing the behavior of them toggling in between safe and armed already.
We copy all, and we'll put our actions in work.
Jackie, we see armed, and it is steady.
Houston copies. Thanks.
We've been enjoying the view from solar array wing cameras on Integrity, the great view of the Earth as it grows larger and larger in the field of view. Statistically, this visualization...
Go ahead.
Hey Jackie, is that the only commanding you were going to do at this time, and you'll call us back in when you actually activate?
Yeah, sorry, it was just long enough of an awkward pause, but we are getting very close to actually opening those, and we think you'd be interested in that as well.
Absolutely. And quick note to let you know, we found our little present. We are very excited, and we are having happy coffee shop time up here right now.
Excellent. Well, I'll have some down here to celebrate with you.
Cheers to that.
Christina Koch acknowledging what was referred to in the daily planning conference as a present stowed away in one of the lockers on Integrity. Obviously, some special coffee that the crew is enjoying. Now, back to this visualization. This is a three-dimensional view driven by real-time telemetry.
Integrity Houston, Christina, we are about to send the string 2 pyro valve, and we definitely want to know what you see and hear.
We are ready.
Once again, that visualization that you saw a moment ago showing the distance from the Earth and the distance from the Moon. We're almost at that halfway point. You can see at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. We'll reach the halfway point on the journey home 5.5 hours from now. In the meantime, we're doing a quick test of pressurization in the prop system, gathering data on this test flight of Orion, the flyby of the Moon, having been accomplished.
Jackie, let me know when it's a good time to give you our commentary.
Stand by.
Cook is ready to provide a characterization of what she's hearing as the pyro valves are open for the pressurization system. Again, this is a data gathering exercise.
Christina, we're ready for your words.
Okay, we do see Pyro B Bravo sent, and at the time that changed, we heard a loud knock, like a metallic knock, like a wrench on the side of the vehicle, very quick. And then a few seconds later, we heard a light knock, like knuckles rapping on the outside. I'm not sure what that might have been associated with.
We copy. Wrench, then knuckles. We do think that first noise was the pyro. And from our telemetry on the ground, that looked like a nominal string 2 pyro valve open.
And we see the same. Good news.
And Christina Koch characterizing for the flight control team here what she heard during the opening of the pyro valves for the propellant pressurization system.
And Christina, it'll be a good 5 to 10 minutes before we're ready for string 1, so we'll give you a call back.
Copy.
The system is working fine. This noise characterization test is a data gathering exercise, part of this flight test of the Orion vehicle, gathering data for future missions in which all of the various systems will be exercised for longer periods of time during those respective flights that are in the future. Integrity is flying in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in mission control in the Artemis flight control room. In fact, it has been very quiet since the entry team came on console several hours ago. This same team will be on console tomorrow morning to guide Integrity and its astronauts back to Earth and to wrap up this mission in which humans...
Integrity docking camera is removed and stowed for entry.
Houston copies.
Victor Glover reporting that he has stowed the docking camera. This is a camera that was installed in the vehicle, in the cabin, that assisted Glover during the proximity operations flying of Integrity several hours after launch back on April 1st to test its handling characteristics as it approached, then backed away, and then reapproached, and then backed away a second time from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the ICPS. That was the upper stage of the vehicle that enabled Integrity to reach its preliminary orbit around the Earth. The free return trajectory that was crafted for this mission specifically to provide lots of time, more than 24 hours of time, for the characterization and validation of the critical systems aboard Integrity, including life support systems. All of that trajectory worked to perfection, sending Integrity to initial elliptical orbit that reached an apogee of about 43,000 miles after launch, when it swung back around toward the Earth. The translunar injection burn occurred on April 2nd, enabling humans to break out of low Earth orbit for the first time since Apollo 17. The translunar injection burn also served the dual purpose of being, in essence, a deorbit burn. Whereas we think of a normal deorbit burn for an Earth orbiting vehicle as the function of a braking rocket, slowing the velocity of an orbiting spacecraft down long enough so that Earth's gravity can capture the vehicle and bring it back into the atmosphere. The trajectory that was deliberately designed for this test flight sent Integrity on a free return trajectory where it looped around the moon, exceeding the distance record set by Apollo 13 in 1970, making this quartet of astronauts the humans who have traveled further away from Earth than any other humans in history. The loop around the far side of the moon, and now the return trip to Earth that you see growing larger in the field of view to culminate in a high-speed entry back to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific southwest of San Diego on Friday evening at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston, Integrity for 2 questions, 1 stowage, 1 PCD.
Houston's here for 2 answers.
First is just a request from
individually, but if there's a chance for a quick email sync between now and lunch, that'd be awesome, just to get a couple things in our outbox out to families. But obviously, getting ready for entry is the highest priority. And then second, for stow track, we can open the program and we see our 4 names, but we do not see a vehicle. So we just have the select option, but no vehicle listed, and we cannot move on.
Reid, we copy both. Stand by for answers.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, Reid, back with you. First of all, for stow track, we copied your issue. That is unfortunate, and we don't have any great troubleshooting options, but we can offer you a backup. It is PVE procedure 26.5.300, stowage return reconfiguration. And for the email sync, we are a little tight on bandwidth right now, but we'll keep looking for an opportunity and let you know if we find one.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. And Jackie, it might be a different pipe, but do you want the HHP camera or not?
Reid, thanks for checking on the HHP cam. Right now we're doing a little bandwidth trading, including between the email and the camera. Let's leave the camera off for the moment.
Sounds great, Jackie.
And Integrity Houston, when you are ready, we are ready to fire the string 1 prop ISO valve.
And Jackie, we will be ready in about 30 seconds.
Copy, we'll count to 30 and give it a shot.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 20 hours, 13 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, the historic lunar flyby around the moon that is in the home stretch as we see the crew beginning to work all the procedures on the day before entry as they start to stow the cabin, review entry procedures, discuss procedures with the flight director, Rick Henfling, here in Mission Control, receive final, what they call mail syncs, basically uplink of mail from their families, and gearing up for their high-speed entry back to Earth and a splashdown off the coast of San Diego 2.5 hours before sunset out on the Pacific on Friday night.
Integrity Houston for CM Prop. We had a good string 1 activation, and we'd like any feedback from you.
Awesome. Jackie, we see the same. Happy to hear it. And it was a similar signature, except I think we heard even a little bit more, the same 2 clicks. This time we also heard a little bit of a flow, like pressurizing, and we associated the second knock with the reg probably closing. It was right when we got to pressure.
Christina, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for all of that feedback. And for Reid, if he can go hands-off email, we are going to do that sync now.
Everybody.
And I think everyone wanted that, so if everyone's hands-off email, we'll do the sync for everyone.
Copy, and thank you.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control is all smiles with this characterization of the second of the 2 strings of the propellant and the propulsion pressurization system. Again, gathering data on this test flight on the behavior of that pressurization system that enables these systems to be properly pressurized for upcoming thruster maneuvers. Everything going swimmingly aboard Integrity, no issues being reported. The crew in the early portions of their workday preparing to begin stowing their crew cabin before they move into the heart of all of their entry activities later today and through the bulk of the morning tomorrow after they wake up. A reminder, we're about 40 minutes out from our mission status briefing for the day, in which managers will discuss the status of the flight, entry preparations, and to take questions from reporters both here at the Johnson Space Center and on our phone bridge. The mission status briefing scheduled for today at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. One other reminder this evening, the RTC-2 burn is scheduled. That is the second in the series of 3 return trajectory correction burns. These are fine-tuning maneuvers to basically sweeten the path of Integrity to reach the center line, if you will, of the entry corridor tomorrow that will put Integrity on a glide path that will carry it to a precise touchdown, hopefully within just a few miles of the recovery ship, the John P. Murtha, which has basically placed itself on station, reporting good weather and the forecast calling for winds just around 10 knots and waves at about 4 feet. Ideal conditions, almost pristine conditions for the homecoming of Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen.
Houston, CFC still complete. We did not have the shipping bubble wrap, so it is gently placed in A3 on top of the docking camera. Should be fine.
Houston copies. And Reid, we have one optional stow track troubleshooting to offer you if you would like it.
We'll go one more time.
All right, it's going to involve typing a few more letters after the URL in the browser. Let me know when you're ready.
So you want me to first open StowTrack, or do you want me to go to a browser?
You can open StowTrack and then go as if to edit the URL at the top of that browser. And these words I'll give you are at the end of the last backslash.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, after that backslash, you will type reload data dot Alpha Sierra Papa X-ray.
Okay, I'll try.
When you hit enter, you might get an error page. If that happens, hit the browser back one time.
I did get the error, I hit the browser back, and I do not have a vehicle.
Okay, we copy. Thanks for giving it a try.
And just to be 100% clear, they are not backslashes. It's a localhost forward slashes.
Copy. We don't think that would be the difference between our troubleshooting and yours. Thanks.
Spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey in that exchange with Commander Reid Wiseman trying to troubleshoot the opening of a browser in which the crew keeps track of items that are being stowed for entry. This is not an issue whatsoever in regard to the mission, nor the entry of the vehicle tomorrow. It's simply a bookkeeping issue. So we press ahead with the Earth in the field of view from a solar array wing camera, just over 5 hours away from reaching the halfway point on the return trip from the moon that will result in splashdown 1 day, 5 hours, 8 minutes, and 47 seconds from now. Before we get too close to our mission status briefing coming up at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, we can review some of the entry day highlights for you. On Friday, the crew will be awakened at 10:35 a.m. Central Time. All the times I'm about to give you are Central Time. The crew will be awakened at 10:35 a.m. A couple of hours later, just before 1 p.m. Central Time, they'll begin configuring the cabin for entry. One final major burn, that's the RTC-3 burn, the return trajectory correction number 3 burn, is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. That is a final fine-tuning maneuver to further precisely point integrity in the right direction down the entry corridor for its splashdown. It also will prime the vehicle in advance of what I'm going to tell you in a minute is the crew module raise burn, which is an orientation maneuver, but we'll get to that in just a second. The RTC-3 burn is scheduled on Friday at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. The crew will begin to move into its entry checklist at 4:05 p.m. Central Time. This is where the heart of the matter begins. Our NASA Plus coverage that will be SIMO to our continuing 24/7 YouTube coverage. Our NASA Plus coverage for an even wider audience than we have been broadcasting for over the past few days. That begins at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The next milestone will be the communications handover between the Deep Space Network and the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, 7:15 p.m. Eastern. 18 minutes later, at 6:33 p.m., the command will be given to separate Integrity from the European Service Module that has served this mission so well to this point. And Integrity will be flying on its own. 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, we're expecting a raise burn, as it is called. This is a slight adjustment in the angle of attack of Integrity, essentially lifting the aft end of the vehicle up, nudging it up in an 18-second maneuver that will further fine-tune its trajectory back into the Earth's atmosphere. This angle of attack is important because this will set the stage for how much heating on the heat shield is induced as we barrel through the Earth's atmosphere. That whole process of entry interface, plowing into the Earth's atmosphere, will begin at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. "24 seconds after we enter the Earth's atmosphere, we expect a communications blackout of about 6 minutes in duration. This is due to the ionization around the heat shield and the vehicle as temperatures increase to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is expected. It is planned for. It is no different than you've been hearing in the past during a Soyuz entry to a landing in Kazakhstan under parachutes, or the entry of a Dragon vehicle during a SpaceX commercial crew mission. There's always going to be a communications blackout. In this case, because of the velocity in which we're entering the Earth's atmosphere, the heat buildup will linger for a longer period of time, this case about 6 minutes in duration. We should reach that peak heating point at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time, at which point we will induce 2 role reversals, computer commanded, on the vehicle, first rolling to the left, then back again to the right. This gentle swaying back and forth will dissipate energy on the spacecraft, basically reduce its velocity through the reduction of inertia. We'll come out of the blackout, if everything goes as planned, just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time, and at that point, we're just 7 minutes away from splashdown. We should reach an altitude of 50,000 feet at 7:02 and 37 seconds p.m. Central Time, and less than a minute later, we'll begin the critical deployment of a series of parachutes. First, the forward bay cover chutes will pull the top cover, if you will, or the forward bay cover of Integrity away from the rest of the vehicle. That will be followed just seconds later by the deployment of drogue chutes, and then finally the deployment of main chutes, the 3 main parachutes, at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. With the mains out, we will monitor the rate of descent, with splashdown scheduled right now at 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. Now that exact splashdown time will vary, and we will provide that for you when we see the chutes begin to unfurl following splashdown in the Pacific. Whether or not the spacecraft is upright in what's called a stable 1 configuration or upside down in stable 2, the 5 CMUS bags, CMUS is the acronym for Crew Module Uprighting System. These are 5 airbags, basically, at the top of the vehicle that will inflate through helium to upright the vehicle into its nominal orientation, upright, the top of the vehicle pointed skyward. You will hear a difference in communications from the crew to what is called a very low data rate of VLDR. You'll hear the call out from the Capcom, Jackie Mahaffey, here in Mission Control. The change is because we no longer will be on the TDRS system, but rather on S-band communications. The crew also has available to it a SARSAT communications capability to the recovery forces on the USS John P. Murtha, and the Navy helicopters and the fast boats that will be approaching the spacecraft to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is safe and free from toxic gases before erecting a raft called the front porch along the side of the vehicle that will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch and the extraction of the vehicle. The control of this flight by the flight control team here in Houston is not complete with the handover to the Exploration Ground Systems folks who are working in concert with the Navy. That handover is not complete until the crew has been extracted and is in the raft waiting to be harnessed to be hoisted aboard a pair of Navy helicopters that will take the crew back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. So there's a snapshot for you of the major highlights for entry coming up on Friday evening. To put it into perspective, when we reach the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere at 400,000 feet, traveling some 30 times the speed of sound, it will be just 14 minutes until splashdown at a rate of just 19 miles an hour. The deceleration rather dramatic, but it should be imperceptible to the crew. The crew is expected to pull no more than about 3.9 Gs during peak velocity during its entry back to Earth for its splashdown in the Pacific. And just a reminder, our mission status briefing coming up at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Integrity Houston for CM Prop Hot Fire. We are ready when you are.
Houston, we are at the, well, I am at the displays and we are ready for CM hot fire.
Houston copies. Going in work. Integrity Houston, hot fire complete. We are assessing the data.
Sounds great. And just for the training, we still see the temps coming up, and everything looks extremely clean on board.
Houston copies.
This is Mission Control Houston, another check mark heading toward entry on the list of things to be accomplished, that being a quick hot fire of the crew module thrusters. This designed just to ensure that the thrusters are in ship-shape form prior to the point at which they will be used for the remainder of the mission. The propulsion system in good shape. The propulsion officer here in Mission Control happy with what he's seeing. Once again, the report from the propulsion officer is that we had a good hot fire of the crew module thrusters. That sets us up in good shape for tomorrow.
Integrity Houston, we can confirm a good CM-RCS hot fire.
Outstanding. Step by step. Appreciate it. security for stowage, can you please track that we are going to keep the card readers deployed for a few more hours? Please do not let that slip our memory.
We gotcha.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 20 hours, 45 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the lunar flyby mission of Artemis II. The repositioning of one of the solar array wings on Integrity, giving us a view of the Earth. As it grows larger in the field of view, we're about 4 hours and 45 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the journey home for Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen, following their fly around of the moon that occurred back a couple of days ago. One of the highlights of this mission in this test flight of Orion's spacecraft that will culminate with the splashdown of the astronauts and Integrity in the Pacific southwest of San Diego on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, just 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew is well into its ninth flight day. This is a day that is largely devoted to the stowage of items in the crew cabin, reviewing their flight data file for entry procedures and timelines. They will be witness to another critical burn later this evening, the return trajectory correction burn number 2, that will further fine-tune Integrity's path to reach a corridor over the Pacific Ocean in which they will split the uprights to move across the Pacific into the Earth's atmosphere, descending at a rate of speed that will reach about 32 times the speed of sound for a parachute-assisted splashdown to bring this mission to an end. More details from today's mission management team meeting and status on the flight are coming your way in just about 7.5 minutes at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time with our daily mission status briefing.
II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And lift off. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our final mission status briefing ahead of Artemis II splashdown tomorrow evening. We are joined by a panel of specialists today. Joining us is NASA Associate Administrator Amit Shathria, Artemis II Flight Director Jeff Radigan, and Artemis II Orion Vehicle Manager Breniel Rodriguez. We are going to be taking questions from media here in the room and through our phone bridge today, but before we get started, we will kick it off with some opening remarks. Amit, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Tomorrow evening, Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, the crew of Artemis II, will come home. They will have traveled 400,000 miles. They will have seen what no living person has seen. They will have tested every system on the spacecraft and the environment it was built for, and they will have given us 10 days of data that will shape every mission that comes after. The test is not complete. Tomorrow, the Orion spacecraft will enter the Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles per hour. That heat shield, the thermal protection system, which is built by American hands and American factories, for materials designed to withstand temperatures that approach the surface of the sun, will bear the full force of that reentry. Every system we've demonstrated over the past 9 days, life support, navigation, propulsion, communications, all of it depends on the final minutes of flight. We have high confidence in the system and the heat shield and the parachutes and the recovery systems we put together. The engineering supports it, the Artemis I flight data supports it, all of our ground test supports it, our analysis supports it, and tomorrow the crew is going to put their lives behind that confidence. Until then, the flight control team, the engineering team, the recovery forces in the Pacific, to every engineer, every technician that's touched this machine, tomorrow belongs to you. The crew has done their part. Now we have to do ours. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Amit. I will mention that the crew's had a great time in space, and they've really enjoyed doing all of the checkouts that they've done. Of course, the lunar flyby was quite a day. But now we absolutely turn towards entry. And so Rick Hentling and the entry team are on console today, getting ready, doing all of the pre-entry checks, and ensuring that the cockpit is configured for entry, which will, of course, occur tomorrow. I do have a few times for you as the capsule comes in. Of course, we'll hand back from the DSN network to the TDRS network at 6:15 local Central Time. And then the crew module and the service module is going to separate around 6:33. We would do a crew module raise burn to take the crew module slightly away from the service module as it comes down. And then we'll enter blackout at 6:53 local Central Time. About 10 minutes later, the drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03, and then the main chutes will be right behind them a minute later, 7:04, and we'll see those three main parachutes come out, leading down to splashdown at 7:07, and looking forward to a great day tomorrow. And with that, I'll hand it over to Breniel.
Thank you, Jeff. So the spacecraft team and the Orion team, we've been doing an assessment over the last few days with an integrated team from flight operations and all of our subject matter experts here within Orion. And we've reviewed all the systems, we've reviewed all the reentry procedures and activities, and we are good to go. And so the team's done an excellent job walking through those, ensuring that those systems on board Orion and on the ground are ready to support. Orion remains healthy. It's been working fantastic. And Debbie showed you some images yesterday of our TPS system, our thermal protection system. And we completed those assessments, and everything looks really, really well to continue on. So we're ready to go inside the vehicle. The spacecraft systems, it's a nice 75 degrees, so kind of like a winter day in Houston. And it's crew's loving it. So everything is looking really well from the vehicle standpoint. Thank you. All right, we'll start with questions here in the room. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Thanks for doing this. Question for either Amit or Jeff, I think. Back a little more than a decade ago, the Curiosity mission had its 7 minutes of terror. And I'm not trying to imply anything, but I want to get a sense of the 13 minutes of entry, from entry interface to splashdown, of how we should be thinking about it. That's the 13 minutes of what?
I mean, I'm going to tell you, it's 13 minutes of things that have to go right, is the way I think about it. I have a whole checklist in my head that we're going through of all the things that have to happen. The forward bay cover has to come off. The drogues have to come out. The main chutes have to deploy. The reefing systems have to cut. And we have to get touchdown angle alignment correct and then hit the water correctly. And even prior to that, right, we've got the CMSM separation between the service module and the crew module. That has to go right, and then you have the heat shield that has to work. So it's not so much 13 minutes, it's more, in my head, about an hour and a half of things that have to go right, and that's the way I think of them.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi there. Question, I think, for Jeff. I just wanted to check in. Yesterday, it seemed like the schedule moved around quite a bit as they were troubleshooting. I think it was an oxygen tank pressurization issue in the service module. Can you walk us through what that issue is, how long it's been a concern, and whether or not it's a big factor here that's outstanding? Thank you.
Sure. So it's actually not an oxygen tank issue. It's oxidizer. It's in the propulsion system, not in the breathable atmosphere system. And so it's one of our two-part propulsion system, which allows us to burn in space. We are seeing a small leak in our pressurant system. The leak is not to space; it's internal to the system, across some of our valves. And we really need to characterize that to see what, if any, modifications we might need to make in the future. And so we had some time on the timeline dedicated to some other activities, right? Having the crew pilot the vehicle again. And it made more sense for us to go ensure that we fully understood the characterization of the service module and the pressurization system, because we don't get the service module back, right? It's something that we jettison. So, we all thought, right? Flight control team, working in conjunction with our mission management team, and of course our engineering teams, made the decision to go spend more time to characterize that situation, because it was more important, and we'd already gotten the data out of the manual piloting demos that we'd previously had. So that's why we changed the timeline and ensured we could really characterize the vehicle.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Ahmed. I know all the data and all the analyses points the way for a safe splashdown tomorrow, but still human emotion must be at play. How tense, stressed are you? So much is riding on this mission. All eyes will be, so focused on all this tomorrow around the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no question that we'll all be anxious, and but we'll be with the families. We'll be with them. We'll all be together. I have full confidence in the team. They do too. That we've been with them the whole time, and so we've done the work. It's impossible to say you don't have irrational fears left, right? But I'd tell you I don't have any rational fears about what's going to happen. We've done the work we need to, and we have full confidence in the team, the recovery team, the flight control team, analysis, and the work we did. Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Irene.
Irene Faltz with Aviation Week, probably for Amit. At this point in the mission, how many in-flight anomalies have been are pending for action after splashdown? And compared to the list of objectives that you laid out for this whole mission, and realize you still have this very major part of it ahead, but how satisfied are you with that the mission objectives have been accomplished?
Well, Rennie, I'll talk about the details, but I'll tell you the team has extracted every ounce of test data we can out of it. I'm very pleased with the coordination, the way that we've added objectives in flight, and the way we prioritize, like Jeff said, on on cases where we need actual forensic data on the hardware we're getting back versus not. So we prioritize that the right way. But Brynjol, you want to talk through that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. As far as the things that we've learned, right, it is a test flight, and so we are learning things on the spacecraft, and I think we've talked several of them in these press conferences as we have, but we gather those data, as Jeff noted. We take characterization tests of systems that we won't get back home, and when we get back home and the vehicle comes back, we'll do a lot of post-processing of all that data.
Okay, we'll take one more question here in the room, then head to the phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, TG Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much, and congratulations on the mission so far. Question for Jeff. Can you walk us through how this reentry procedure differs from that of Apollo?
Let's see. In terms of, it actually doesn't differ all that much in terms of, just how fast we're coming back and, how much has to go right. Of course, there are some minor timeline differences. The parachute systems are different between the two vehicles. But, big picture coming back from the moon is all really close to the same thing. You don't have the long coasting arcs that you have in low Earth orbit. You're really coming straight down and coming and hitting the atmosphere a whole lot faster, but that means you go through it a whole lot faster too. And so, I'd say it parallels Apollo much more than it does some of our low Earth orbit returns, and that's really what we're looking forward to. They're coming home pretty fast.
We'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'm following up on the previous question. So with the lofted orbit, it comes up a bit, and Apollo had direct reentry, and Artemis I had the skip entry. So I guess it seems like it'd be somewhere in the middle. If you can just give a few more details. Thank you.
Yeah, Ken, so we are still doing a skip entry where we've shortened the duration of the skip because of the limited use disposition of this particular heat shield. We know that it can tolerate X amount of dwell time during the lofted period, which is why we're shortening the duration. To follow up a little bit on the previous question too, one of the reasons we were willing to do that is because we figured we could control the entry weather, or not control, but deal with entry weather in terms of the downtrack. And so the duration of the heat load, heat rate, as well as the actual downtrack is shorter, because that's the part of the environment that we decided to control with this particular instance of the heat shield. For future heat shields, we'll have much longer skip capability.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hi, thanks. I'm wondering if there's any chance folks in San Diego along the coast will be able to see reentry, and what the exclusion zones and enforcement will look like out in the ocean for anyone that hopes to travel via boat to watch reentry and splashdown.
Let's see. So the path that we're coming in, I don't expect it to be visible from the folks in California. And as far as the exclusion zone, we're pretty far off the coast. And of course, we're working in conjunction with the Department of War to recover the capsule out there. And it is a fairly large exclusion zone. So I would caution folks, please avoid the area. There's a lot of debris that comes down, and we work with our recovery forces in order to ensure that it doesn't hit them. But of course, we don't want it to hit anyone else. We are still targeting to come down at our primary landing site, and we have the weather alternates available. But it's further off the coast than, again, some of your, the LEO deorbits that you've seen.
We'll take our next question from Nell with NPR.
Hey, thanks so much for doing this. I'm still trying to understand the oxygen pressurization issue. You mentioned something about it was with the propellant system. I'm wondering, does this have anything to do with anything that might be involved in reentry? I mean, I understand you're assessing it because you're going to lose that part of the spacecraft and it won't be returned, but is there anything related to that that's at all of concern related to reentry? Thank you.
I appreciate your question, and just to clarify again, right, this is actually in the helium pressurization system of the oxidizer, which, of course, our service module propulsion system works on fuel and oxidizer and combining those together to provide thrust. In terms of affecting reentry, it will not. We still have capability in the spacecraft and are operating in a case where all of our burns are performed nominally. They've done exactly what we've expected to. Of course, we performed return trajectory correction burn 1 a couple days ago, and it went just fine. We hit our targets. And we're actually seeing that our targets are very close to what we predicted, so our correction burns don't need to be as much as we had protected for, which is a good thing to note. We're doing another trajectory correction tonight, and then there'll be the final one tomorrow before entry. All of those are done actually without the pressurization system that we're characterizing. We're operating in a case where we're in blowdown, which means that we already have full pressure in the prop tanks to be able to perform these burns. Even if we had, a 3 sigma dispersion, we still have plenty of prop pressurization to do the burns. So we don't see any impact to entry at this time. And of course, we will, jettison the service module, and that's where the system is. And of course, the crew module jets that we'll use actually on reentry are unaffected at this time.
Yeah, and to add to that, Jeff, there's multiple layers and redundancy in our propulsion system, and so really the test yesterday was to help us characterize that information since we don't receive the service module back home. But we have reviewed that as a technical team. We have validated all of that in our labs, and we have very much confidence in the system.
We'll take another question on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks. Amit, you spent a lot of time over the last 2 or 2.5 years working on the heat shield and the reentry plan that will be rolling out tomorrow. I'm curious if you ever went through this effort and the new trajectory, directly with the crew's families, and did you feel like that session, if it happened, was able to resolve any worries they might have had? Did anybody else outside of the crew themselves from NASA sort of talk through the mitigation for tomorrow? Thanks so much.
Yeah, we haven't gone into deep technical detail. At least I have not with the families directly. I know that I will tell you though that from day one, since I started in the program, and then was right before they named this crew, we have been talking to the crew about this problem the whole time, and they've been with us on the investigation. They've been with us on the production improvements that were made, all the changes to entry procedures. So they were not just doing what we were telling them to do. They co-created this solution with us. So they've been lashed up. I imagine they've discussed with their loved ones what the risks are. They've talked about that through all phases of flight, through entry, through ascent, every single piece of it. So I know that they're well prepared. And I would tell you though that it's not said a lot, but the courage that the families show during these missions is as great as or equal to what the crew shows when they go fly. And so we all have to admire them for that.
We'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. Question for Amit or whoever wants to answer. I'm just curious to hear more about how the astronauts are feeling ahead of what's probably the riskiest part of the mission. Are they asking questions, technical questions, or anything else? And Jeff, I want to just hear a little bit more about the oxidizer issue, if you could describe the leak rate or what risk level this poses to the crew, if any, and how many valves are implicated in it. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll let Jeff or Braniel kind of talk about the crew spirits. I know they've been on the radio and they're pretty chipper. So, but what you gonna tell them?
Well, I think when we talk about the managing the emotions on orbit and managing that through every day of flight, they're all a little bit different, right? And when you talk to the crew, some days we get to the conference at the end of the day, and we're talking technical items, we're talking technical things, we're talking about what happens tomorrow. And some days it's, there's very little to talk about in terms of, technical items, but it's, hey, here's how we're feeling, here's how we're doing. They were very happy to get some time off after the lunar flyby. Lunar flyby was a long day. I'm sure you all heard them on the radios, constantly that day. It was a long taxing day for them, and they were happy to get a little bit rest the following day. So every day of the mission, especially with a mission this short, and it's so packed full of all of the operations that we're doing, it's its own kind of thing to manage. And now as they get into entry, we're talking through, they've got conferences today with the entry flight control team, and we're ensuring that we're getting them ready in a good motional state so that they can execute, right? They're very technically savvy. Just as Amit said, we've built this plan with them. There's nothing new that they're learning, but we're all reviewing together and make sure we're well positioned to fly entry tomorrow. And I'll take the technical topic and hand that over to Braniel.
Thanks, Jeff. Regarding the propulsion system, so there's multiple valves in each string of the propulsion system and multiple strings providing that redundancy. So we worked a test plan to safely characterize what we're seeing and validate the data that we're getting down. And the team's going to go off and look at that and determine, based on what they're seeing, the thermal effects associated with the attitudes that we're flying in, and be able to come back with us post-mission with an investigation update.
What are they seeing,
Yeah, let me just make this clear. So we're leaking helium into the pressure system, into the OX system. There's a series of solenoid valves that are protecting that. We actually accepted this risk pre-flight because we had a low leak rate of helium on the valve closest to the prop system. We accepted it because we didn't need the performance for the pressure system. As Jeff said, we can do a lot of the burns just with the ullage pressure in the tank, and for a free return trajectory, don't need it. We could have done the whole mission without at least after TLI, could have done the whole mission without helium pressurant. However, we are not getting the valves back. We know it. We have leaky valves to begin with, and we want to make sure we're characterizing that leak rate as well as we can. The leak rate we saw in flight is now an order of magnitude higher than what we saw on the ground. It's still acceptable, but that will lead us to probably an extensive redesign of that valve system. I don't need those valves to hold pressure in the same way for a LEO orbiting mission, but for a lunar orbit mission, I do. I need all the performance in the system so I can pressurize, which is why we prioritize that side of the valves.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Hi, Josh Dinner, space.com. I'd like to follow up on Joey's question a little bit about how the crew is feeling. Most astronaut missions to space these days are quite longer than 10 days. Do you get the impression that there is any sort of bittersweet feeling about how soon their mission is coming to a close, even though they are hyper-focused on their task ahead? Another question, can you clarify why San Francisco, the coast of San Francisco, was chosen over other landing locations like the Gulf or the Atlantic?
It's San Diego, so it's near Naval Base San Diego, which we like them. They help us. So that's why. It's because proximity to where they do fleet operations, which too, we also climatologically, those waters are pretty calm. And so we do a lot of recovery operations there. In terms of how they're feeling, I mean, like you've heard them. They're it's interesting. I really want them to answer this question when they come back because the ranges of emotions are crazy for them. But, they are some of the most thoughtful, incredible people that I've ever known. And even some of the moments I think a lot of folks have thought about, just what you've seen them, the expressions of love and, devotion to family and what they've shown, to me is a great, example of why we go and do these missions, right? If you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? Like, why would we even go? And so that's why we send humans. That's instead of robots sometimes, that's where we have that firsthand witness. And so they're going to go through a whole range of just like we have watching them. And I think that's the whole point, is that we can share that experience.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Thank you. Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites here in Houston, Texas. In addition to the real-time data coming from the Orion spacecraft, will there be any ground systems used, say radar or really rapid telescopes? Thank you.
Let's see, in terms of gathering data from reentry, I'm trying to understand your question. Yeah, so we have a whole set of actually aircraft that we're going to use to gather data off the spacecraft as it comes down in. And then once it gets back, of course, we're recording data on board that we don't get down on the ground in real time. And we'll use all of that information that we record on board at a much higher rate than we can actually pass it down through our communication systems to be able to ensure we fully understand what occurred.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. I'd like to follow up a little bit more on the entry, just a smidge. This is probably for Jeff, but commentary eloquently put it that we're doing the correction burns to split the uprights. Can you define that flight path angle that we're aiming for and what the consequences are of not what bounds out in the consequences of not being at the correct flight path angle at entry interface? And also, can somebody summarize the plan for assessing the TPS right away after splashdown, what the timeline looks like and how you'll plan to get that data?
Let's see, so in terms of the flight path angle, I mean, it's quite simple. You have to hit it, or the TPS, we don't expect it will be successful, quite frankly. We have to hit the flight path angle accurately, and what we're doing over the next day and a half is ensuring that all of our correction burns, which are very small and calculated to be very small right now, get us exactly on that angle, right? We've got about less than a degree of angle that we need to hit, and when we come in, we need to be right in the center of that. Obviously, we've got a little bit of wiggle room. We don't plan to use that. Our guidance is working very well right now. All of our trajectory calculations are showing that the vehicle is on almost the best path it could be, and that our correction burns are very small this evening and then tomorrow. But we have to, let's not beat around the bush. We have to hit that angle correctly. Otherwise, we're not going to have a successful reentry.
And then part of your second question, we actually have our thermal protection experts on the vehicle, I'm sorry, on the ship that is with the team as a part of the recovery. They have a plan in place to do extensive imagery of the TPS system, our heat shield, upon it getting back into the well deck of the ship. And then, of course, once it gets back on dock and at Naval Base San Diego, we'll do more imagery before it gets transported back to KSC, where we can continue on getting additional insight into it.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. Could somebody please clarify the peak heating, peak temperature, the peak velocity, because the miles an hour are jarring a little with what Rick said yesterday in terms of the feet per second, and also what will the astronauts feel, see, and hear on the way down? Thank you.
Let's see, so in terms of the numbers, we'll have to get you that. I don't have those specifically off the top of my head, and I know Rick gave them to you in the units that we generally use, but we'll be sure to get those to you. In terms of what the astronauts are going to feel and hear, they're going to feel and hear when all the various chutes deploy, and when the forward bay cover comes off, all of the pyrotechnic events that are part of a nominal entry, descent, and landing sequence. They're going to hear them, they're going to feel them, and it's actually, I think, going to be a fun ride for them. They're looking forward to hearing and feeling them, by the way. We did our checkout of the crew module propulsion system a little earlier today, and when we actuated the valves to actually prime the system, of course, they're waiting inside the capsule, just waiting to hear that, knock of it sounds a little bit like a wrench on the spacecraft. And that means that the valve actuates successfully, and that's what they're looking forward to. So, they're looking forward to what they're going to hear, and they'll be able to tell you all about it when they get home.
And we actually had on Artemis I, we had a video during reentry where you could hear the acoustics inside the spacecraft, and I think that's been shared externally, and so it's been a helpful contributor to know what to experience for Artemis II.
Okay, we'll take another here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, Ed Lavandera with CNN. Thank you for the time today, and good luck tomorrow. I'd love to know how much of the piloting will Victor Glover be doing? How much of the control of the capsule will you guys have in mission control? What's the balance there, just to kind of understand the logistics of how that plays out during reentry?
So during reentry, the vehicle's piloting itself, and we have closed-loop control guidance on board that's going to be piloting the vehicle down to the ground. If there is it's actually multiple failures to get into a case where the crew is going to pilot the vehicle. Were we to have those multiple failures, which of course we don't anticipate, there is the opportunity for the crew to take control. I will tell you that when we've worked with them ahead of time, they're very concerned with cases where they would have to take control. This is not a system where you want to be manually piloting it yourself. You'd rather let the computer pilot the spacecraft, and that's what they're going to go do. But of course, they can take control if they absolutely had to, but we don't expect that to be the case.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Megan with Scientific American.
Hi there, Megan Bartels from Scientific American. Thanks so much for taking this question. I think this is for Jeff. Thank you for the timeline updates at the top. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to ask about crew extraction. From what I understand, that's about an hour after splashdown, and I just wanted to understand why the delay, what will be happening during that hour-long procedure, and then if you could provide a little bit more detail on the rationale for the order of extraction, that would also be great. Thanks so much.
So, in the moments after the vehicle hits the water, there's a number of things that, the crew has to do on board. There's a number of systems that we have to begin an orderly shutdown, and the crew then has to orient themselves and, begin safing the spacecraft so they can open the hatch. And that takes a little bit of time. In parallel, of course, the recovery forces, and Lily, our recovery director, are bringing the recovery forces closer to the capsule. They do have to stay out, a fair number of miles because there's debris that comes, of course, our drogues that are coming off the spacecraft, the forward bay cover, as I mentioned earlier. We don't want any of that to land on our recovery forces, so we do have a certain amount of time that will take to ensure that we don't put any of our recovery forces at risk. Once we confirm that there's no risk to the recovery forces, which takes a matter of minutes, then they're able to approach the spacecraft and begin the process of extracting the crew. That's not, it's not a short process, but it takes about 30, 45 minutes is what we've seen in calm seas. And of course, we are expecting good weather at this point, but it takes a little bit of time to get the recovery forces into the capsule and then help the crew to get out of the capsule and onto the front porch, which is the flotation part of the recovery forces that actually attaches to the spacecraft. So it just takes a little bit of time. We need to do this calmly and methodically, and that's the way it goes. So that's why it takes time. Like any operation, you have to spend the right amount of time to make sure we do it successfully. As far as order goes, that's really left up to the recovery forces. It'll depend on the crew, the specific crew, and how they're doing. And, Lily and her team will manage that as it comes.
Okay, our next question is from Marcia Smith with spacepolicyonline.com.
Thanks so much for taking my question. And it's actually a follow-on to that. Could you talk about what debris is going to be coming off and falling into the ocean, and over what distance is it going to fall? And are you going to try and recover any of it other than the parachutes?
Yeah, I'll try and take a shot at that one. So when the crew module comes back in, the forward bay cover, which is the very top of the crew module, actually comes off, and that pulls out your first set of parachutes. And we have kind of 3 sets of parachutes that come out. And so as each one of those pull off, they get released. And so that is kind of what the debris that Jeff's talking about that falls into the zone that is kind of the keep out zone that the team has out in the water. We do try and recover, best effort. Crew is priority, so crew will always be done first. But the teams out there and the assets out there do look and try and recover, for example, our parachutes if they're able to, but not critical. We have a slew of test data to support all the things that we have seen. So hope that got all the questions there.
All right, we'll take another on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I believe this is for Amit. I just want to clarify your response about the leaking valves. Just to be clear, you said that you ultimately will need to do an extensive redesign of the system for future lunar orbital missions. And do you have a sense of how long that might take? Is it too early to understand how that might impact the schedule for Artemis missions moving forward?
I think we're pretty convinced that we'll need to do the redesign. In terms of timing, I'm convinced this will not be the pacing item for a lunar mission, so we'll be able to fix it in the time we need to. Might take a little while, but we have to get it right, and also we want to make sure we do the right amount of tests. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to need to, at a minimum, tweak the design to prevent the leak rate that we have, if not fundamentally change the way the valve works, but we'll have to go do that properly.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Will, go ahead.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time one last time. Just to follow up on Lauren's question, the European service module for Artemis IV is already at the Kennedy Space Center right now. Do you imagine that it would need to go back to Airbus in Germany for this work to be done, or can technicians come to the Cape and get that work done in Florida? Thanks.
Yeah, I think we can do it there. It just depends on what logistically makes the most sense from a production and access standpoint. So we'll just have to go through that. Yeah, I don't know, but I imagine we have options.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
This is Henry Gass from the Christian Science Monitor. Thank you for doing this. My question, I know you're all very focused on tomorrow, and it's a big day, and you're focused on wrapping up Artemis II. I'm wondering if, Artemis III is not that far away as we stand now. Are there any preparations for that have begun, or can you tell us anything about that?
If you just go down the road here, there's a Mark I Blue Origin lander that just came out of Chamber A. That's getting shipped back to Florida. I know that folks in Boca Chica are getting the Block 3 Starship ready to roll. They've done cryoproofing. They're going to do static fires here shortly in April and hopefully get off relatively soon. Core Stage 3, the top 4 fits of Core Stage 3 are going to ship from Michoud on the 20th of April. The booster aft segments for Artemis 3 are already at Kennedy. As we talked earlier, the Orion, the Dash 3 Orion, the CM and the SM are still separated, but the new heat shield, which has been redesigned to tolerate those new conditions, is also assembled and ready to go. We just have to make those segments and go. And so we're yes, in earnest, proceeding as quickly as we can. The mobile launcher, one, did not sustain, does not require the kind of refurb that we need. So we already moved the crawler transporter up to Pad B, and we're going to bring the ML back into the VAB hopefully by the end of next week and get on with it.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks so much for doing this. I want to ask, what is the single biggest thing that you would want the people of Earth taking away from this mission? And that's for anyone.
Wow, that's a tall order. Single biggest thing. There's so much, right? There's so much that we've done on this mission and so many things to share. I look at, all of the crew's reaction on flyby day, all of the snippets that they shared with us, the imagery, the videos, and it just makes you want to continue to go back, right? I think that they said it best. This isn't the trip, it's the first of many trips. And we just need to continue on because there's so much there. Think about how much we thought we knew what was going on and we thought we knew what the moon looked like, and now we see it a totally different way. I think we're going to see that on the next mission to the moon as well, and we just need to keep going.
Okay, we'll take 2 more here in the room and then head back to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, question about the astronauts' schedule for the next few hours or next day or so. Just wondering, are they going to have the ability to talk to their family? Do they have a last meal aboard Orion they plan to eat? What are their activities before they actually get set up for that splashdown?
So I'll tell you right now, they're really focused on ensuring that the cabin is completely configured for entry. There's a number of things that they have to do. They have to pack all of the equipment that they brought out for operating the spacecraft and get their suits out. They have to get the seats out, and it just takes a fair amount of time to reconfigure the cabin. Of course, they are sending messages to their families, and there's always a last meal anywhere you're at, but it's more of it's time to eat and be ready to go. It's not necessarily a symbolic thing. But it's something that they'll do together, and I don't want to give you any impression other than they're focused on ensuring that they have a successful reentry, and I'm sure they'll take a special moment to themselves, but our focus with them is a successful splashdown tomorrow.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Michael Adkison, Houston Public Media. Question for Jeff. You talked about the checklist that you're going to have. I'm wondering if you could characterize what it's going to feel like in mission control tomorrow, specifically in that 6-minute blackout period.
Yeah, I think, again, we're going to be thinking through all of the things that we know is happening on board, but that we can't see, right? And so, in order to keep myself calm, because I think, as Amit mentioned earlier, there's all of that irrational fear that is human nature in some ways. I'll be going through what I know is going on board and saying, okay, it's this time, this switch is actuating. It's this time, I know these valves are firing. It's this time, I know that we're this many minutes away from the parachutes and the clock's ticking down. And I'm sure that's what I'll be doing to keep myself calm. Rick Henfling's the flight director in charge, and I need to make sure that I stay out of his way. We all have to make sure that we stay out of his way and let him and his team work. And we'll just be, thinking through the things that will keep ourselves calm as we wait for reacquisition of signal.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Christopher Mick with the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you so much. Sincere thank you to you all for the information and to all the PAOs on the live stream. It's been very informative every day, so appreciate it. I believe this might be for Amit. I know we're nearing the end of these daily briefings, and I wanted to know if we could just look ahead to what the astronauts schedule. I know historically there's extensive post-flight mission debriefs and medical evaluations and media requests for interviews after that. I was wondering, since we're not going to be getting these daily updates, if you might just paint us a picture of what the month after landing will look like for the crew and their kind of rough daily activities.
I think maybe Courtney might be the most qualified to answer that one, so.
Yes, so they will go through some medical checks, some debriefs, and we do plan to talk to the crew in a crew news conference where you will all be invited within the first 2 weeks after splashdown, and then they will hopefully begin all of their appearances and tours starting at about the R+30 mark. So we look forward to seeing them back here on Earth and getting that schedule underway. Our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
My question, a little bit later today, I understand the astronauts are going to be trying on the orthostatic intolerance garment. Now, I kind of understand what that does, but is this something new created for Artemis? And would you embellish a little bit more beyond just it's going to adjust the body?
Let's see, so I think you're talking about the orthostatic garment that we actually tried out yesterday, and we had the crew put them on to test out and ensure we had a good fit. This is really the first layer of their suit that they put on here, and we'll put on tomorrow for reentry. And so the goal there is to make sure that we have a good suit fit, that we're getting all the pressure on the human body in the right ways to be able to come in and have a successful landing.
Okay, our next question is from Manuel with Exploración Especial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. I was wondering how far into the entry phase are we going to continue enjoying the live views from the service model? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the capsule and the service model tomorrow? Thank you.
Hear most of that.
I didn't. Was your question? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the service module and the crew module?
Correct. Yes. If you're going to enjoy that live.
So we are going to set up our cameras to try and see some of that on board, and of course we'll see that in the data coming down from the vehicle that has occurred. I don't expect that we'll be able to see that visually at the time it occurs.
Okay, we'll take some more questions here in the room. Let's go right over here.
Robert Coppinger from the British Interplanetary Society's Spaceflight magazine. The crew module for Artemis II, will it be refurbished and reused for a future Artemis mission?
It's possible. There's some components we might use. The pressure vessel will probably be compromised, but Brunel, I don't know what the current reuse.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing the vehicle back. There are a significant number of components within the module that we'll be pulling out to reutilize it, and then if going forward from there, we'll see what we need to do.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for doing this. Tom Clark from Sky News in the UK. We now understand the crew are not going to exceed the Apollo 10 re-entry speed record. Is that actually an advantage to you? Was that something you've tried to build in to reduce their speed of re-entry, given we expected it to be pretty fast? Is the fact they're going to re-enter the atmosphere at 1,000 miles an hour slower useful to you?
I mean, we did because of the way we characterized the heat shield problem, the interaction between the material and the aerothermal loads in the environment, it is actually advantageous for the heat shield to ablate more quickly. You avoid the regions where You have essentially pyrolysis going on in the heat shield, the burning without oxygen, but then the creation of those pyrolysis gases when you don't have a receding front for ablation. Like if you're in that config, that's the condition we're trying to avoid. And so by sharpening the entry, you actually keep that ablation front moving while that gas production is happening. There will be a little bit of dwell period, but there are other things you trade. I mean, you might argue and want to just go as fast as possible. While there's other parts of the vehicle you care about, maintaining different envelope constraints. And so it was very specific in the way we dialed in the entry heat load and heat rate.
Okay, Irene, go ahead.
Sorry if I missed this, but how many miles off the coast of San Diego is the targeted splashdown site?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's I believe it's a couple hundred miles, but we'll have to get
Too many for anyone to want to go and hang out.
That's the key.
Okay, it looks like we have another question right over here.
Hi, Dan Lenan from the Naval Postgraduate School. I have a couple status questions. In terms of the LRO images of the Artemis spacecraft when it was going by the moon, do you have any updates on whether those were successful? Also, what actually happens to the service module? Is it going to be part of the debris? I wasn't sure if that was going to be also burning up or coming down. And then how about the weather? What's the latest on the weather?
So let's go in reverse order. The weather's looking good. And we expect not to have an impact to recovery operations. There is some weather moving in after we land and have the recovery of the crew complete. And so, of course, Lily, our recovery director, and with the captain of the ship, will be figuring out exactly when to get the crew off the ship and back to the naval base. They'll have to take a look at what that timing is. And of course, we expect them back here sometime on Saturday.
Okay, anyone?
Yeah, the service module, it'll actually re-enter Earth's atmosphere and burn up, so it is part of the debris, and we keep that as part of the keep-out zone. Can't remember the first question.
I haven't seen any of the reports from LRO yet, so we'll have to investigate.
Anyone in the room here still have a question? Okay, Jackie, we'll go ahead and go back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, one quick follow-up for you on the oxidization, pressurization. Were there any signs of this also in Artemis I? Can you remind us, and what went into that decision to kind of just assume this risk heading into flight? Thanks.
Artemis I, we didn't. We knew we had PCA leakage in the helium side. Again, given the Artemis I mode, we decided, like in distant retrograde insertion as well as the rest of it, we could tolerate it. The big difference here is we did the TLI burn with the Orion, like as opposed to the ICPS. So that, I'm not sure that that's related. It just so happens that that's when we saw the leak increase. It probably is related somehow. But Braniel, did any more details on one?
I'd have to go back and get the data on one. I apologize. I just don't remember.
Yeah, but we did, Jackie, we accepted the risk for two just because the leak was small enough and we knew we had plenty of pressurization volume to go deal with. We didn't see it as a common design feature across all the different valves. It was isolated to that one particular one. And with the mode we had picked for free return, we didn't need the performance, and so.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, right? We designed the mission to be able to tolerate this type of failure, and we baked that into how we designed the mission with the low Earth orbit, the high Earth orbit, and then the free return trajectory. So it's something that for multiple reasons could have occurred, and we were prepared for it at a time.
Okay, go ahead.
TG Muscaro with the Epoch Times. Thanks again for the second question. One more for you, Jeff. When you sign off from your shift tomorrow, what do you have anything you're going to say? Any final words to the flight director you're going to pass off to or off to the crew?
Well, so a couple of thoughts for you. One, I'm actually, I've completed my shifts. I do not have any more shifts here for Artemis II. And I'll tell you, I signed off the same way I always do, which is go get some sleep and we'll see you tomorrow, because we're not done on this mission. We've got another day and a half. And, that's when we can start celebrating, is when we have a crew safely in the med bay of the ship. And, that's really when we can allow the emotions to take over and start talking about success. We need to have the crew home before we do that. Rick Hensling will be the flight director on console. I imagine he'll have some words for all of us, but really we're just focused on getting the crew home, and then we can start thinking about celebrating.
Eric, go ahead.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica again. Probably for Amit, just about the pressurization valves. I think we're all kind of asking questions. You know, we're non-technical people mostly here in the room, and so we're just trying to understand sort of the seriousness. I think we all understand that this is not a constraint or an issue at all for this mission. You talked about how Artemis III, you don't need the performance, but you do for Artemis IV. You know, when I hear about propulsion valves, I get a little nervous. Because it's an important part of the system, and they often are issues with them. And so just help us understand, like, is this like a review on the scale of the heat shield after Artemis I, or do you think it's like a significantly less serious problem to address? Just kind of help us understand the magnitude.
That's fair. It's not, there are a lot of options for how to take care of this problem. I think if anything, I'd characterize it as a production redesign risk for the Artemis IV mission, which I think we can get in front of, and which is why we put so much attention on it during the mission, to make sure what we're seeing, because the sizes of the leaks we've seen in the past are not this large after the burn. And so if we know that this is, no kidding, a different piece of data that's outside the range of our current understanding, that pushes us more quickly into, hey, let's get the redesign started now, so we avoid the production risk. It's not a safety of flight, safety of crew, must-work function like the heat shield investigation sent us down. And it's going to take work to get it right, but it's not of that magnitude.
Okay, we'll take our last question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. I wanted to clarify that the immediate families will be watching for mission control for entry and splashdown. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And they'll be reunited when the crew gets back to Houston?
Yeah, whenever the team that supports them makes sense,
okay,
yep.
Thanks.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Our special coverage of Artemis II splashdown begins tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, ahead of splashdown at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Thanks for joining.
Houston Integrity, is there anything we can do to help your efficiency here? We can execute some steps from 2.2.1.
Hey, Reid, we are just a couple of commands away from getting everything squared away for you.
Roger that. Thank you.
Integrity Houston, for PCD connectivity, we have not seen PCD2 reconnected to the network. If you can please check PCD2.
Okay, we will get on that, and for a crew that has asked for only lower cabin fan speeds this entire mission, we are very happy to have what we have right now. Thank you.
We see PCD2 on the network and silver linings.
Okay, great, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 21 hours, 52 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Aboard the vehicle, the 4 crew members, Commander Reid Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen are busy stowing the crew cabin in preparation for tomorrow's return to Earth and breaking out the flight data file for a bit of study on all the procedures and timeline activities that will accompany their return to Earth for a splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday night. While we were in the mission's status briefing about 18 minutes ago, there was a smoke alarm that was enunciated on board, ultimately attributed to the crew beginning to pack up items in the crew cabin. It is believed that all that happened was the stirring up of some dust that the sensitive smoke detectors in the crew cabin picked up on, and in the conservative calibration that those sensors are placed in, enunciated that alarm. There is no smoke, there's no issue with the vehicle, but we thought that we would play for you.
Integrity Houston for cabin config.
Go ahead.
A probably wrong subject line there, but while we try to cool off the cabin temperature a bit, we have elected to turn off OFS, the cabin leak detection, just to avoid any further enunciations there. And once things stabilize, we will re-enable it, and we'll let you know when that's the case. Your edge key still works.
Okay, copy that.
Once again, while we were in the mission status briefing and the crew was beginning to tidy up the crew cabin, they apparently kicked up some dust, which triggered smoke detection, annunciation in the cabin, a smoke alarm, if you will. There was no smoke. There was no indication of any anomalous behavior on any of the environmental control systems on board Integrity. But we wanted to play for you the clip of the exchange between Commander Reid Wiseman and spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey during that 3-minute or so period of time in which we were evaluating the systems on board Integrity. Here's the clip.
Integrity Houston, we copy your call and we see the messages. We'll sync up when you're ready.
We are ready.
Okay, Reid, we'll take a quick report from your perspective on what you heard and saw and your conclusion on NOMOP.
Okay, we're powering up the AGA right now. I'll let you know when it is up. Just from our perspective inside the cabin, we are 100% nominal operations. We are just gathering to start studying entry prep. Do you see any indications on the ground?
Yeah, Reid, we did see a large spike in the smoke detector data. However, it does appear to be normalizing. It does look a little different than the signatures that we've seen previously.
Cabin entry config, we are kicking up a fair amount of particulate. I wouldn't say there's a lot of dust in here, but I'm just looking around and there's a fair amount in here. So if it was simply a smoke detector detection, I think we are good. We did not manually initiate that.
Understand all, and we'll stand by when you have an AGA reading. We'll take it.
I know we need to wait 5 minutes, but right now all indications are off scale low. CO2 is 3.2, O2 is 21.3, temperature is 76.7, and we have a bit alpha of 16, a bit bravo of 0, and a cabin pressure of 14.8.
We copy all, and we're looking into the bit.
Houston Integrity, what is the smoke detector's nominal voltage?
Checking. Integrity, for the smoke detector, nominal voltage is around 1.2. We are seeing it hover at 1.2 or just above it.
Thank you for that. Houston, we'll give you a minute to chew on the data, but our recommendation on board is for you to reconfigure for nominal operations.
And again, that was a replay of a clip of the exchange between spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control, part of the entry flight control team, and Commander Reid Wiseman on board Integrity. Just to recap briefly, at about 3:10 p.m., about 24 minutes ago, there was an enunciation of a smoke detector alarm on board Integrity, but all of the cabin environmental readings checked out to be normal. It is believed that this was the result of some dust that was kicked up. This happens frequently on the International Space Station, by the way. But the bottom line is no harm, no foul. Everything is in order on board Integrity. All of the systems are in great shape, and the crew is pressing ahead with stowage of the cabin and review of their flight data file. One note from the mission status briefing that was concluded, Flight Dynamics has provided to us the total distance traveled between launch and splashdown for Integrity that lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center, Pad 39B, back on Monday. It is calculated by Flight Dynamics that the total distance traveled for the Artemis II mission from launch to splashdown will be 694,481 miles. 694,481 miles. There's your official distance. And that includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity flew in for the first 24 hours of the flight prior to the translunar injection that sent the 4 astronauts off toward the moon and its lunar flyby earlier this week. The crew is preparing to move into a conference with Flight Director Rick Henfling to discuss all of the burns that remain on the docket for this flight and the procedures and all of the review of those procedures for entry and splashdown off the coast of California. This is Mission Control Houston here in the control room as we take a look at this great view of the Earth, growing larger in the field of view from one of the solar array wing cameras on Integrity. Shows the Earth. That's the port of call for Integrity for its splashdown.
Integrity Houston for email. Everything is synced up. You are go to open email. And let us know if and when would be a good time to come on board with the HHP cam.
We are definitely feeling a little bit behind on the timeline, so let us get back on step and we'll get that stuff going.
No worries, we copy.
And Reid Wiseman inviting us to come on board to watch the crew at work on this final full day of activities for the Artemis II astronauts. Will be coming on board shortly. Once again, the view of the Earth that you saw a moment ago that will punch out again right there. We're 3 hours and 25 minutes away from reaching the halfway point on the journey home from the moon. Again, splashdown is scheduled. Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time tomorrow. Once the crew completes its briefing with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review all of the procedures associated with the entry and splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow, the Flight Dynamics Officer will provide the latest numbers and what's known as an entry pad. This is basically a list of numbers that show the time of the burns remaining, particularly the RTC-3, or Return Trajectory Correction number 3 burn, that will take place early tomorrow afternoon, the final major maneuver to fine-tune the orientation of Integrity on its path to enter the Earth's atmosphere with precision to minimize peak heating on the vehicle and to bring it into the corridor that will result in a splashdown close to the recovery ship, the USS John P. Murtha. There is a second return trajectory correction burn that's scheduled this evening at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is currently planned to be about an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters with a resulting change in velocity of about 4.2 feet per second, once again fine-tuning Integrity's path toward the entry corridor, essentially a cone across the Pacific from southwest to northeast that is about 475 miles wide, 475 nautical miles wide. If you think of the beginning of entry interface, go 1,300 miles down track toward the coast of California. That is the initiation of the zone, the splashdown zone that we would like to enter in. We would prefer to enter into a zone that is as far downrange as 1,775 nautical miles, which is much closer to the coastline of California, and much closer to where the recovery team will be waiting to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is not in any anomalous situation, no leaking of toxic gases, and to begin the process of erecting a large raft alongside of the vehicle called the front porch, in which the crew will be extracted and will spend a few minutes getting acclimated to the sensation of gravity for the first time in 9 days before they are hoisted in sequential fashion up to a pair of Navy helicopters to fly them back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will go into medical bay for initial medical evaluations. The latest information that we have received from the Murtha shows the order of extraction of the crew from the vehicle to be in this order. Christina Koch will be extracted first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reid Wiseman, will be last out of his ship. They'll all be in that front porch, the large inflatable raft, buttressed up alongside the hatchway to integrity, before they are hoisted one by one into the helicopters in alternating fashion. Christina Koch first up to helicopter number 1, Jeremy Hansen next to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover, third in line, will be hoisted to helicopter number 1 to join Cook, and Reid Wiseman last to be hoisted to helicopter number 2 to join Hansen for the short ride back to the deck of the Murtha. There have been a lot of questions regarding peak velocity and G-forces on the crew. We can tell you that the current prediction by Flight Dynamics indicates that the peak velocity for integrity as it barrels back into the Earth's atmosphere will be just after we begin a 6-minute blackout in communications, which I'll explain again just a moment or two from now. We expect the speed to be about Mach 32, which equates to about 23,839 miles an hour. Now that could vary a bit based on trajectory, angle of attack, and other factors, but we expect the peak velocity to be about 32 times the speed of sound. The G-forces on the crew expected to be up to about 3.9 Gs, very much in limits to what you would see for a returning Soyuz or Dragon crew, even though the velocity entering the Earth's atmosphere is much higher for integrity because of the distance that it is traveling on its way back from the moon. We'll run down all of the key times of entry events a short time from now, but for now, everything is going very well on board. The crew preparing to enter into a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to discuss all of the particulars regarding procedures for tomorrow's homecoming to bring to an end this historic lunar flyby. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes, 24 seconds into the flight of integrity, this is Mission Control Houston.
Integrity Houston for a follow-up. The false fire cleanup is complete, and your leak detection is re-enabled.
Outstanding, Jackie. Thank you very much. Feeling good on here.
Integrity Houston for State Vector Uplink.
Go ahead.
The pre-burn state vector has been uplinked. This means that your PCL slot 3 is no longer valid. Your PCL pointer is now pointing to your nominal slot 4.
Outstanding. It's great news, Jackie. Thank you. And we are going to head over to 2 for the conference.
We are ready. We'll meet you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 22 hours, 29 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We're about 3 hours away from Integrity reaching the halfway mark between the Moon and the Earth following its flyby of the lunar surface. Integrity systems in excellent shape. The crew currently in a conference with Flight Director Rick Henfling to review entry and splashdown procedures and elements of their flight data file, along with the rest of the flight plan for the remainder of the mission. Next up in major activity will be the brief firing of reaction control system thrusters 5 hours and 48 minutes from now in the RTC-2 burn. That's the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. that will further fine-tune the path of integrity as it begins to approach the Earth's atmosphere, that it will reach tomorrow afternoon for its entry back to Earth, a high-speed entry that we'll get into with more particulars here in a minute. The crew tomorrow on entry day will wake up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time to begin their final day in space. They'll begin to configure the crew cabin, completing all of the stowage of items that they no longer will need. They have already begun that task. This is basically cleanup day today. They'll be configuring the cabin for entry and preparing their launch and entry suits. There is another return trajectory correction burn that is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday. That's the final big burn that will clean up and tweak any further trajectory maneuvers to make sure that integrity is moving in the correct orientation with the right angle of attack as it enters the corridor, a cone if you will, across the Pacific Ocean for arrival at the splashdown site off the coast of San Diego. Although we are broadcasting 24/7 on the YouTube channel, continuous coverage all the way through the time the crew is on the recovery ship tomorrow evening, NASA Plus coverage will join in simulcasting all of this at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday afternoon and evening. At 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday, we'll hand over communications links from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Just 18 minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday, the crew module will separate from the European service module. And just 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, the crew module thrusters will fire for about 18 seconds to nudge the aft end of the vehicle upward, basically reorienting the vehicle for the most favorable angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. In rapid-fire succession at that point, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, the vehicle and its 4 astronauts will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Range to touchdown, 1,701 nautical miles. Now, just 24 seconds after entry interface, heat will begin to build up around the vehicle, raising the temperature around the vehicle to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will enter about a 6-minute blackout period at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. This is expected. It is not unusual. We will have a loss of data and a loss of voice from the crew for about a 6-minute period because of the ionization, the plasma buildup around the vehicle as the heat shield repels the heat from the velocity of entry. During that blackout period and the period of peak heating, the G-forces on the crew will build to about 3.9 Gs, which is well within the limits planned for this mission. Integrity will conduct 2 role reversals, one to the left, one to the right during this period of time, actually the first pair of 5 such role reversals that will be commanded by computer to bleed off excess speed as the vehicle descends into the thicker regions, the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will emerge from that blackout period at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time. And the blackout period ending should result in a resumption of communications with the crew. We'll be calling them to make sure that they can hear us, and we'll be waiting for their response. And at that point, we'll be just 7 minutes away from splashdown. The chute deployment sequence will occur in several stages. There are a total of 11 parachutes for Orion to slow its speed from a peak velocity of about 32 times the speed of sound to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour in a 14-minute period. So it's a pretty quick deceleration that will be felt by the crew on board Integrity. First up will be the deployment of 3 forward bay cover parachutes to pull the forward bay cover. That's essentially the top cover on the vehicle that must be pulled away from the rest of Integrity to ensure the deployment of the rest of the parachute system. So 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be deployed at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time. Each one of these chutes is 7 feet in diameter, weighing about 8 pounds apiece, 100% Kevlar. Those chutes are deployed at an altitude of about 24,000 feet when the vehicle is traveling at about 350 miles an hour. That'll be followed in quick succession by the deployment of 2 drogue chutes, and you'll hear all of this in real time. 2 drogue chutes will be deployed to stabilize the crew module during descent, establishing the proper conditions for the main parachute deployment that will follow imminently. The drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Central Time, while the vehicle is traveling now just 473 feet per second. So you can see how quickly the descent rate will decelerate, and we'll be calling out altitude and rate of descent all the way through Integrity's transit across the Pacific Ocean. The main chute deployment following 3 pilot parachutes that are used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. That's followed finally by main parachute deploy. That's the key thing we're looking for. These 3 large parachutes that will deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of about 5,400 feet above the ocean. And at this point, Integrity will be traveling just 198 feet per second. The main parachutes, the 3 large orange and white parachutes that you'll be seeing, are 116 feet in diameter. They weigh 310 pounds apiece. Each parachute is about 265 feet long. You'll see them reef in that typical manner that you see parachute deployments for a spacecraft that is landing on land in the case of Russian Soyuz vehicles, or in the case of Dragons landing in the Gulf or off the coast of California. So 11 parachutes will be employed during the descent of Integrity for its splashdown, and the current time that we have from Flight Dynamics for splashdown on Friday night is 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time, which is about 2.5 hours before sunset out in the Pacific. Once Integrity splashes down in the Pacific, Navy helicopters and fast boats will be deployed to arrive by the capsule as quickly as possible. Here in Mission Control, we'll be first conducting the power down of the electrical systems and ensuring that no toxic gases are emanating from Integrity. The one thing, of course, we'll be looking for at splashdown is the orientation of the vehicle. If it's stable 1, we'll know, and that means it is upright. If it's stable, it will be upside down, but the system known as CMOOS by its acronym, the Crew Module Uprighting System, which consists of 5 large inflatable airbags at the top of the spacecraft, will be inflated nonetheless, whether it's stable 1 or stable 2, through helium that will maintain a stable upright orientation for Integrity to allow the start of the recovery operations. It is anticipated that it will take about 45 minutes to an hour to extract the crew from the vehicle. The extraction process, led by Navy divers and flight surgeons, will have Christina Koch exiting the vehicle first, followed by Victor Glover, followed by Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reid Wiseman, will be last off the ship. Once in the large inflatable raft that will be erected and buttressed up alongside the spacecraft, it's called the front porch. The crew will make sure that they are getting their Earth legs back after 9 days of weightlessness, and one by one they'll be fitted with harnesses to hoist them up to 2 hovering Navy helicopters. Christina Koch will be first up into helicopter number 1, followed by Jeremy Hansen into helicopter number 2. Victor Glover is third up in helicopter number 1. He will join Christina Koch, and Reid Wiseman will be last, going up into helicopter 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, which is the recovery ship. Once the crew is on board, they'll be taken into the medical bay for more comprehensive medical exams, and will spend some time aboard the ship before they're helicoptered off the ship back to San Diego, and ultimately to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center. So that, once again, is a rundown of all of the key times that we have at this point. Any updates, of course, we'll bring them along to you. But the crew currently in the midst of a review of entry and splashdown procedures with the entry team here in Mission Control. They'll be moving into a midday meal a short time from now. And once again, the next major event is going to be the return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is on tap for this evening, with the burn scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight, an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to tweak and fine-tune the path of Integrity back to Earth. About 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, the vehicle will pass the midway point of the return trip home from the moon that saw a fly around of the moon and human eyes casting gaze and capturing historic photos of areas of the moon never seen before. So we will continue our nonstop coverage of the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, all the way through the point that the crew will be in the medical bay on the ship tomorrow evening. Once again, Splashdown is scheduled off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening.
Houston Integrity, we are back up on 1 after the conference.
We've got you loud and clear.
And we're on board Integrity with our 4 astronauts, Christina Koch on the left, Victor Glover, Commander Reid Wiseman, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency on the right. The crew is continuing to stow equipment on board. They've concluded a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we'll soon be moving into a midday meal on this day before their homecoming to planet Earth. Integrity systems functioning very well. No issues being worked by the flight control team. No issues that would preclude a nominal entry and splashdown for the crew on Friday. One more note, I think of interest, of course, is the heat shield on Integrity and how it likely will fare during the high-speed return to Earth for Integrity's astronauts on Friday. I went through this a bit earlier today, but I think it's worth repeating. On Artemis I, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which means we performed an initial dip into the Earth's atmosphere to dissipate some energy, to basically bleed off excess speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the eastern Pacific Ocean south of San Diego. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were some areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which created a cause for concern for a critical part of that spacecraft. It should be noted that the chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields, like the one on Orion, is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char is what was unexpected on Artemis I. The chemical decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, a process known as pyrolyzation, which generates gas during entry. The generation rate of gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material known as avcoat. As those gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield, and the char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gas to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated. On Artemis I, however, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that this was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcoat. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure got high enough, portions of the char layer liberated from the heat shield. As a result of the post-flight analysis, and by the way, it should be mentioned that by all estimation and all analysis, had a crew been aboard Artemis I, it would have been safe for them to return. However, this was an off-nominal occurrence. As a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All agreed with one conclusion. For Artemis II, it was agreed to fly a shorter entry trajectory, in other words, a shorter amount of time from entry interface to a splashdown site, to avoid a temperature buildup or a temperature profile conducive to higher rates of gas generation as the aft-code chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis III and beyond, we're going to redesign that manufacturing process to make the aft-code blocks such that we will have material that starts out more porous, allowing more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for longer skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon, which of course is our destination for lunar landings at the outset. This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a wider view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room, here in Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Down the hall from here, in the International Space Station Flight Control Room that you see in your view, work is continuing as the work day for the Expedition 74 crew has wrapped up. They are, in fact, preparing for the launch of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Saturday morning. That launch scheduled at 6:41 a.m. Central Time, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time, to send a Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft to the International Space Station packed with food, fuel, supplies, and scientific experiments. NASA Plus coverage of that launch will begin on Saturday morning at 6:20 a.m. Central Time, and again the launch 6:41 a.m. Central, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time. A launch on Saturday, weather permitting, will result in a robotic capture of the Cygnus craft, which is named the SS Steve Nagel after the late former astronaut. That mechanical capture by the robotic arm under the operation of Jack Hathaway of NASA, backed up by Chris Williams, is scheduled for Monday at 11:50 a.m. Central Time, 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Monday, with our coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Central Time, high noon Eastern Time on Monday. The Cygnus spacecraft from Northrop Grumman will be installed onto the common berthing mechanism on the Earth-facing side of the Unity module for its delivery run to the Expedition 74 crew. So there's activity in both rooms. The segue from Artemis's return to Earth to resumption of space station operations. The resumption, not actually an accurate word, because the space station operates 24/7, 365. But the focus of attention will shift from Artemis to a certain extent to the active operations aboard the International Space Station. We're about 2.5 hours away from reaching the halfway point on Integrity's journey back to Earth from the moon. And of course, with splashdown looming on the horizon, all of that activity will unfold in rapid-fire succession tomorrow afternoon and evening, culminating with a splashdown off the coast of San Diego for Integrity and its 4 astronauts at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Eastern Time. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours into the flight of Integrity, this is Mission Control Houston. And back aboard Integrity, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen in the middle of your screen, Christina Koch on the right, Reid Wiseman in the background. The crew continuing to stow equipment and get Integrity's cabin ship-shape for tomorrow's return to Earth. Victor Glover just right there on the left side of your screen.
Houston, Integrity, stowage, low priority. Christina, go for stowage. The keyboard is stowed per the return packing plan. It was deployed. We copy.
And Jackie, while I have you, we just wanted to express even more our gratitude for these awesome, I'll call them drink notes and drink messages. So many people wrote really cool, heartfelt messages on our bonus drinks, and we are just smiling ear to ear every time we look at one. So thank you so much. It was really fun to find these, and they're really giving us a boost for entry day.
We will make sure that message gets heard by everyone who needs to hear it. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, here in the flight control room. A welcome visitor, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the Artemis launch director, who kicked off this mission with the flawless launch of the Space Launch System and the 4 Integrity astronauts back on April 1st. She's here visiting at the Johnson Space Center, currently talking to her Ascent flight director, Judd Freeling, and the entry flight director, Rick Henfling, who will be on tomorrow to preside over Integrity's return to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours, 18 minutes into the flight of Integrity. Enjoying the views inside the crew cabin of the vehicle as the crew continues to work through entry preparations, documenting items that they're stowing on board, and reviewing entry procedures in advance of tomorrow's homecoming that will result in a splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We are just under 5 hours away from the next engine firing. It's a thruster firing of the reaction control system jets on Integrity. That's the RTC-2 burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. It will be a brief firing of the RCS system to tweak and refine Integrity's orientation as it heads toward an entry corridor tomorrow over the Pacific Ocean and its plunge back into the Earth's atmosphere. Just to refresh folks, Christina Koch and Reid Wiseman returned home from their first missions in a Russian Soyuz vehicle for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover was on a Crew Dragon mission, so he was in a parachute-assisted splashdown on water. Jeremy Hansen, of course, flying for the first time. So this will all be brand new to him, although this crew has trained for all of this for the better part of 2.5 years.
Integrity Houston for the burn conference. We are ready when you are.
Okay, Jackie, we're going to take 2 more minutes and then we'll call you back.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston, the burn conference referred to by Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control is the discussion that's coming up, brief discussion regarding the elements of the soon-to-be executed return trajectory correction to burn, basically a burn of short duration from the reaction control system on the vehicle that will fine-tune Integrity's path towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean tomorrow.
Jackie, we are ready to start the burn conference.
All right, for our RTC2 burn pad, we think you have V1 UTC of generation day 99, 11:30. Please confirm.
Confirmed.
All right, just a couple of deltas for you in the guidance solution. Delta V tote will be 5.2. TGO of 9 seconds. Delta V components X negative 3.2. Y negative 0.8. And Z 4.0. How copy?
Copy all.
In the burn execution steps, there is no change, but we wanted to share the comment that if we determine interim targeting is required, we can run that from the ground. You all will be during your PAO event.
Copy.
And then we do have a couple of burn notes for you. The first is a clarification, actually a delta to the first line for tank pressurization. Tank pressurization will not occur during the burn config segment, and the burn will be performed in blowdown.
Makes sense. Copy.
We gave you a go earlier for venting ops, and We do have an OpNav pass coming up that we do not want venting during. The MET of that time frame is day 8, 0 hours, 40 minutes, to day 8, 2 hours, 0 minutes.
Copy.
And then finally, this is a little bit of a contingency information for you, but if you were to lose comm before, during, or after this burn, we've got a couple of burn plan pointers for you. If for some reason the nominal slot 4 burn plan does not converge during any of the pre-burn targeting, we want you to use ground targets. And after the RTC2 burn, if PCL and the RTC3 targeting does not converge, we've put a burn plan called Recovery 1 into slot 5. That removes a constraint on EI, and it should ensure convergence.
Copy all.
That is everything Houston has for the burn conference. Anything for us?
Negative. We're all good up here. Thank you.
All right, we're good to go, and there's absolutely no rush, but when there's a good moment, we would love a sync on cabin config.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're continuing to watch the activities of the Integrity astronauts on board their spacecraft. Now less than 2 hours away from reaching the midway point on their trip back from the moon. Splashdown schedule for Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, at a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is in place, and barring some unforeseen development, we'll be deploying Navy helicopters and Navy divers and recovery personnel to extract the 4 astronauts from the spacecraft within an hour after splashdown, hoist them into 2 hovering Navy helicopters and fly them back to the deck of the ship, where they'll undergo extensive medical exams before they're flown back to shore and ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. The conference you just heard between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey and the crew involving the specificities of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight. It'll be a 9-second burn now. And this, again, fine-tunes the angle of attack and the path of Integrity's trajectory to hit the sweet spot in the corridor across the Pacific Ocean for entry interface and the high-speed return back to Earth for a parachute-assisted splashdown.
Houston, integrity TLT is about to be commanded.
Houston copies. We're ready. And Christina, we see a good solution. Thank you.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, Houston. Please check the connection for PCD3 when able.
We're on it. And we will be calling shortly for the sync on the cabin that you requested.
Sounds great. We're just trying to pull a few more images off that PCD, so we'll watch for it to connect.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, the lunar flyby of the moon that made history this week. The mission far from over, however. You are on board Integrity. On the left, Commander Reid Wiseman. In the middle, Victor Glover. Just behind Glover, almost out of the field of view, Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the right. The crew has been busy packing up their crew cabin today. They've been reviewing entry procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. They'll move into a midday meal here just a short time from now. We will have a public affairs event at 6:50 p.m. Central Time, where the crew, a final PAO event in which the crew will have an opportunity to talk to a number of Congress people, members of Congress who will be gathered in various locations to have a chance to talk to the crew about their adventure around the moon and to offer their congratulations. Coming up at 9:53 p.m. is the Return Trajectory Correction Burn, RTC-2 burn. That'll be a 9-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor, a cone, if you will, across the Pacific Ocean, in which they will enter tomorrow evening to begin the high-speed return to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening. When Integrity and its 4 astronauts do splash down tomorrow night, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown on this mission will have spanned 694,481 miles. That, of course, includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was placed in through the launch atop the Space Launch System and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage burn, that enabled Integrity to spend 24 hours in a high Earth orbit that reached about 43,000 miles at apogee, giving flight controllers here an opportunity to check out all of the critical systems, including the environmental control systems in the spacecraft, prior to the translunar injection burn that committed Integrity to a free return trajectory around the moon and its current trajectory heading back to Earth. The translunar injection burn was, in essence, also a deorbit burn of sorts, with the crew having been set on a pre-planned course through orbital and lunar mechanics that will result in its entry into the Earth's atmosphere and a splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. A little while ago, they participated in a entry conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, just basically to review procedures and to answer any questions that the crew might have of the flight control team. But we're working no issues here. Everything looking very good, setting up for the return trajectory correction burn that will occur 4 hours and 21 minutes from now. One other countdown clock that's ticking here in the mission control room is the halfway mark en route back to the moon. It is almost incongruous to imagine this, but here we are on the eve of homecoming for the Integrity astronauts, and we're an hour and 33 minutes away from reaching the halfway point en route back from the moon. It's just the way orbital mechanics works, that sets the course and the velocity and the entrapment of Integrity into the grip of Earth's gravity that dictates all of that. But again, we're about a little over an hour and a half away from reaching the halfway point back from the moon for the splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow night. The 4 crew members are scheduled to begin their 8.5-hour sleep period at 2:05 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning. The entry team will be coming on console at 10:30 tomorrow morning to begin a handover from the planning team, or the Orbit 3 team, if you will. The crew will be awakened at 10:35 a.m. to begin their final hours in space. We'll set off to final configuration activities for the crew cabin. The final burn, the RTC-3 burn of the reaction control system jets, that will be the final critical firing to complete the fine-tuning of their path towards entry interface. That RTC-3 burn on Friday is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. The crew will move into its entry checklist just after 4 p.m. Our NASA Plus coverage, which will be the simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage that you've been watching and listening to since launch on Monday. Our NASA Plus coverage will begin at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A communications link handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System will occur at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, just a few minutes before the crew module and service module separate. The European service module to pyrotechnically separate from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. 16 minutes later, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, we will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at peak velocity at some 32 times the speed of sound. At 6:37 p.m. there will be a raise burn. This is prior to entry interface. It's about an 18-second burn that will be refined in terms of its duration tomorrow. But the raise burn will gently nudge the aft end of the vehicle to properly align it to the right angle of attack for the entrance into the Earth's atmosphere, and to provide the lessening of a buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield as it descends through the regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will encounter a planned 6-minute communications blackout at about 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, this is due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization effect, if you will. This is typical of all high-speed entries back into Earth for any vehicle. In this case, it will last about 6 minutes. Once we regain communications with the crew, we will be just 7 minutes from splashdown, and we'll be initiating a rapid-fire succession of the deployment of series of parachutes. First, the parachutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then a series of drogue suits, and then finally 3 main parachutes that will slow Integrity's speed to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations with helicopters, Navy divers, flight surgeons, crew surgeons, Navy surgeons, a whole flotilla, if you will, of recovery personnel. The key will be the erection of a large raft called a front porch that will be erected alongside the side hatch of Orion to enable the extraction of the crew one by one and the hoisting of the crew members onto the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead for a short flight back to the recovery ship, where they'll be brought into medical bay, for medical exams prior to spending some time on the ship, and the subsequent flight off the ship in helicopters to the Naval Air Station in San Diego, where they'll subsequently board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So all of that is upcoming over the next 24 hours or so. But again, everything is in great shape on board Integrity, all of its systems ready to support its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and its splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset tomorrow night. This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 26 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. You've been enjoying the views inside the crew cabin. Christina Koch on your left, Victor Glover with his back to the camera, Jeremy Hansen on your right. Reid Wiseman is there as well. They've been working to pack up the crew cabin in advance of tomorrow's parachute-assisted splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego. Splashdown time scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity, did you want to talk stowage now?
We are ready. And big picture, we're just looking for what IVA called a vibe check, how the day is going and how you feel going forward.
So we completed the stowage that was in the procedure 26.5.300. All of that went fine. And so really at this point, we'll probably have a little bit more uneaten food that we'll put in bag 7 is our plan right now, just depending on how much food we individually eat over the next day, I guess. And other than that, we're just sort of going through the cabin and putting things away as we're done with them and just looking it up on the Excel spreadsheet as to where to put them, the packing plan. And that's a bit tedious at times, but overall I think we have a handle on it.
Hey Jeremy, thanks for the status. A couple things for you. We have no problem helping you out if you're looking for something in the packing plan or just want a quick answer. Don't hesitate to call us. And we were also wondering how the water bag stowage went and just wanted to make sure that worked out well.
Nobody had done that. I guess all of us were sort of thinking it was timeline somehow. So we'll go back to the daily summary and have a look at that. We can fit that in somewhere, but we haven't done it yet.
Jeremy, in the entry stowage prep activity, there is a link to the message that talks about the water bag stowage.
That conversation between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room and Jeremy Hansen on the right of your screen aboard Integrity, dealing with where items are being stowed for the trip back home tomorrow. We are still 1 hour away from reaching the halfway point on the trip back from the moon. The moon being the prime target for this mission and the historic lunar flyby that occurred by this crew back several days ago that carried the crew behind the far side of the moon, flying within 4,000 miles of the lunar surface before beginning the trip back to Earth.
And then the other thing I have for you that just might simplify, as we take down all of the Nat Geo setup and the charging setup, where is there a simple way that just all of that stuff can go in one location? So I'm talking about the USB charger, the field recorder, the GoPro Max, the Bogan arm for that, the microphone. Can all of that just go in one location, or as opposed to us having to look up where each of these items go? Plus, I'm also curious about the battery chargers for the D5s. They need to go somewhere as well.
Yeah, Jeremy, actually you have an activity on your timeline just after the midday meal block. Stand by. Hey, sorry. At the very end of the day, there is a Nat Geo stow activity, which, if you are done with that equipment, can be performed any time, and that should hopefully make that more efficient. And we are checking on the battery chargers for D5 questions.
That's helpful. And then what about, I think we'd like to leave, I'm kind of expecting we might want to leave the USB charger up tonight. Maybe not, but if we do, where can we put that quickly in the morning, including all of its charging cables?
Yeah, Jeremy acknowledged the current location isn't conducive to last-minute packing, so feel free to leave it out, the charger and the cables tonight, and by the morning we will have a specific suggestion for stowing those items.
Okay, and then the PCD power cable that we are using in Pup 2, same thing for that. Probably want to leave that out tonight, make sure we get all our PCDs charged, and then put that away as soon as we wake up.
We copy.
Discussions between Jeremy Hansen and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control as the crew packs up from a lunar camping trip. This is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation. There was no holiday involved here. It was simply an historic flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago.
Integrity, for Jeremy's final question about the battery chargers for the D5s, instructions for stowing that equipment is in a timelined activity on Reid at the end of the day called USB Power Strip Stow.
Good, thanks, Jackie.
And one separate item for Christina, we have uplinked some additional files to all PCDs that she can find for her reference.